Alrighty then. Hello everyone, my name's Caden, and welcome back to more Steins Gate. Last time was one of the most genuinely emotionally painful episodes I've ever recorded on this channel. So, we came to a moment where CERN now knows about our time machine stuff, and as a result, we've now witnessed Mayuri die about 10 times, or like 5-10 times now, in different horrific ways. But we can't, no matter how many times we try and revert it, it keeps staying the same. So now we're starting to go back further and further in time to see, is there a way we can stop this? But, well, we're gonna have to figure it out eventually. For now, let's get back into it. So, we stopped in the middle of a conversation with Kurisu here. The problem is when the casual event occurred. If it happened too far in the past, then there's nothing we can do about it. Right, we're talking about how we can solve the issue of why does Mayuri keep dying. No matter how many times we time leap, Mayuri keeps dying. That never changes. So what I'm thinking is, time leaping is never going to change the reality of Mayuri dying. No matter what happens, Mayuri will die if we time leap. However, what seems to be the case is that there is another way of going about it. D-mail. I've noticed that D-mail is the one that can change a lot more than time leaping. I mean, time leaping allows you to go back in time, but you can't change, like, the importance of certain events that occur after that. However, D-mail can change events completely. It changed Lukako's gender. It brought Kurisu back to life. It changed Akihabara. So I'm assuming if there's any way to save Mayuri, it's gonna be through D-mail. That's the only way we can do it. I can travel at any time I have a cell phone, can't I? No, it's still theoretical. I believe that one leap with our machine has a maximum range of 48 hours. 48 hours? I can only go back 2 days? Why didn't you tell me that before? Before what? I just finished the time leap machine, remember? That's true. Future you didn't say anything about it either. Oh, so that's what you mean. Maybe she just didn't have the chance. So how come I can only leap 48 hours? I don't know. Even I don't understand everything that's going on inside that thing. But you can do consecutive leaps. That is, as long as the time leap machine exists. For example, if the time leap machine remains functional for 10 straight years, you can leap back to this moment 10 years from now. Of course, it would take a total of 1,825 leaps, so I don't recommend it. Still, it's theoretically possible. Then what's the problem? Weren't you listening? I said, as long as the time leap machine exists. When was the machine completed? Exactly, an hour ago, August 13th, 2010, and 2 p.m., or thereabouts. It doesn't exist before then. It's impossible to use the machine before 2 p.m. today. So what you're saying is, 48 hours, count 48 hours back. I can't go back farther than 2 p.m. on the 11th. Kurisu nods, her expression grave. Most likely. Can't you improve it? Eventually, maybe, but certainly not now. I need a real laboratory with the real equipment. It would be expensive, which would mean we need sponsors. And if we go looking, I'm pretty sure CERN would crush us. I'd say that's proven by the fact that neither you nor I have left here from the far future yet. So basically, we can't do anything! Even with the time leap machine, we can't stop CERN from killing Mayuri 5 hours from now! At that moment, I hear a sound from outside the window. What? Is it Moeka? Did she overhear us? I dashed to the window and looked down at the street. Oh, it's Suzuha. Her bicycle's fallen over and she's scurrying to pick it up. Our eyes meet. Huh? Why does she look so pale? Her lips move slightly. It looks like she's whispering something, but I can't make it out from here. What? Hey! I call out to Suzuha, but she leaps on her bike and zips away. She's acting strange. Why is it that she's been able to, like, fight back against Moeka? I smell conspiracy. Moeka was a spy. Could Suzuha be the same? I don't think she's a spy, but it's too dangerous to trust anyone. Suzuha has exhibited suspicious behavior, though not as much as Moeka has. She's openly hostile towards Kurisu, and she was able to take down CERN's hit squad single-handedly. I wonder if this missing father of hers really exists. Could he be the John Titor who's been posting on the internet? What is the meaning of the name Beryl Titor? Instinct tells me that she knows something. I dash out of the lab. Hey, where are you going? I gotta see her. I know I don't have much a chance of catching her on foot, but I have to try. There's something going on here. This is a completely new sequence of events. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. What's going on? According to my memories of the future, Suzuha is supposed to remain at the Braun Tube workshop until 6:30 this evening. When she overheard me talking to Kurisu, she suddenly took off like a bat out of hell. This has to mean something. Suzuha. Suzuha's already out of sight, but when she left, she was heading towards Chuodori. I wonder if her phone's on. Suzuha. Suzuha, I need to talk to you. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. What? All because they acted like a spoiled child. This time I'm going. Bye. What are you talking about? What? Hey, Suzuha, wait! It's happening again. She's going to disappear. Last time I lost sight of her near the station. Damn it! I search up and down Chuodori, but find no trace of Suzuha or her bike. I have to be careful. There could already be rounders here in Akiba. I comb the area around the station's main exit, but there's no sign of her anywhere. I lost sight of her here or before, so I thought she might be close by. Maybe I should corner her on my next time leave. Press her for answers before she can escape. I better go back to the lab. Oh, Rockstar. I start walking away from the station, but just then, the people around me gasp and point. Everyone's looking up at the sky. What's going on? No, not the sky. The satellite embedded in the roof of Radikan. Why now? It's been there for 2 weeks. It's practically a landmark now. But everyone looks like they're seeing it for the first time. So I turn and look up too. What? The lights on the satellite are blinking. That's new. That didn't happen before. What's going on? Is someone inside? Suzuha! Who? Suzuha! Or could it be Moeka? The satellite had remained silent through all my previous time leaps. That's changed. It was what Suzuha overhearing us. She had to have overheard everything we were talking about with Kurisu. And whenever she heard, it's making this new timeline happen. Obviously, the fact that Suzuha overheard my conversation with Kurisu. Previously, I lost sight of her at the station. In other words, right next to Radikan. Suzuha must be up there. So that means if we actually went back, then I wonder, if we went back to when Suzuha first tried and escaped, would she have also gone here? Everyone's staring up at the satellite. This is my chance to sneak in without being noticed. The shutters are half open, just as they were when I confronted Moeka. I summon my courage and crawl through the crack. When I get inside, the first thing I see is Suzuha's bike lying on the floor. It's definitely her then. So it is her. What is she trying to do? What is this satellite? Why is it even here? What is that satellite? How is it related to John Titor? Is it even a satellite? Nobody knows for sure. All we really know about this thing is that before all this time leaping shenanigans, or all this time travel, time leaping, D-mail shenanigans, before any of that started, at the very beginning of the game, it was not embedded in the building. It was originally just sitting on top of the building, like as if it was just a normal fixture there. But after the very first D-mail, it changed to where this thing was suddenly embedded into the store. But I still have to wonder, why would the first D-mail have caused such a change? How could a D-mail sent to... I know I've said this before, but how could a D-mail sent to Daru saying how we hope Kurisu's okay after being stabbed cause this entire satellite thing to just suddenly crash land into a building? I checked online. No satellites. It's fell out of orbit that day. Butterfly effect in it. Yeah, it's one hell of a thing. When they do, whether by accident or design, they usually burn up in the atmosphere. It's impossible for one to land in such perfect condition. There's also that. This thing is, like, mostly intact. So what is it then? I don't think it's a... It can't actually be a satellite. But is it an actual time machine? Maybe it's John Titor? I don't know. The only thing I can think of is it might be some kind of actual time machine. At the very least, it's related to time travel. That much I'm almost certain of. In what way, though? I don't know. A jolt suddenly runs through my body. Could it be a time machine? That's what I'm thinking. There's only one way to know for sure. If it's a time machine, then we need to go check that out. I need to get there before Suzuha does something. Is he gonna try and go back to the past? The elevators and escalator aren't opening, so I bound up the stairs 2 at a time. Okay. Hey, this is actually the first room where we, for Nakabachi. My lungs gasped and my legs burned, but I forced my body to carry me to the top. There's a satellite lodged in Radicon's roof. I noticed wires holding it in place. The police must have done that so it wouldn't fall. There's a hatch open on the side of the machine. I see someone moving inside. Suzuha! The person freezes when I shout. I run in the satellite. Get out! Okabe. Rentaro. Suzuha turns to me with a sad expression. What are you doing? Behind her, I can see the interior of the satellite. It's surprisingly simple, without the switches and buttons you'd expect. It's just a room? Instead, there's a black box the size of a desktop PC. There are numbers on the screen. 2010 and August 13th. And below that, 1975, August 13th. It's a time machine, isn't it? Suzuha reaches out to... Wait! What are you doing? Sparks burst from the panel. She jerks back, her fingertips burned. What are you doing? It's not working. You know how to use that thing. You know, I've had my suspicions since the beginning of the game, since I first saw you, and over time, that suspicion has grown stronger and stronger, but now I'm just gonna flat out ask it. Are you John Titor? Or Suzuha? I'm starting to wonder if you are John Titor. She doesn't reply. I see her shoulders sag. It's not working. The sparks had to be from an electrical short. My eyes are burning from the smoke. If she's John Titor, then this is her time machine. And if it's not working, why is it not? Because of the... Answer me, Amane Suzuha. Swallow hard. Then ask the question. This is a time machine, isn't it? Are you a time traveler? With her head hung low, Suzuha nods. You are. You have to be John Titor then. And that's why you're so certain. That would actually explain also why you're so certain that John Titor is not on the channel, is not your father. You couldn't be more certain if you tried. After all, you're John Titor. I'm John John Titor. Yep, I knew it. I slowly yet surely, there were just tiny things here and there that just kind of hinted on that just like fit into place a little too perfectly for it. And it's just like, yeah. I think the thing that mostly made me really accept what I was thinking and her beef with Karisu out of nowhere, yeah. Again, the thing that I think made the most sense is when she first off mentioned how her father is Beryl Titor, and second off when she was so certain about John Titor not being her father. Those two things alone caused me to like be certain on my suspicion. And it's just like, there's no other way you're going to be so certain. There's still a big crowd outside, so we exit the building on the side facing away from the station. Suzuha's calmed down a bit, so I start pressing for answers. So if you're the time traveler, in that case, you're the one who said we're the Messiah. You're that number. You're John Titor and Part-Time Warrior are technically the same number. No, well, it's probably a different number, but it's going to the same person, is what I meant. She's the one who called us the Messiah. She's the one who's trying to fight CERN from years in the future. She's the quote-unquote terrorist that of fighting against CERN's world. Hold. This is her time machine. I see now it also... That black box there was the actual time machine itself, it seems, and it adds up with other things that John Titor said on the channel, like the whole, the thing being able, like, small enough to be able to fit in a car or something. And, what else was there that was mentioned? And so, another thing that becomes odd, knowing that Suzuha's John Titor, another thing that I'm thinking about again is, back at the very beginning of the game, with the very first D-mail, one of the big changes that happened as a result of that first D-mail wasn't just that Karisu got brought back to life, but also that John Titor's existence was pushed back. Originally he appeared, I think they said 2000, 2001, something like that. But when we did the first D-mail, 2000, yeah, okay, I was right, 2000. So when we did the first D-mail, though, for some reason, the existence of John Titor got pushed back to the current year. Again, though, why would... Wait, that's actually even weirder now that I think about it. Because... Wait, that's actually even stranger. Why would that change that? Why would us going back... Huh. Keeps happening, yeah. Oh. Delay echo thing? I don't know. I could try and pull it up on my, stream side thing, or on my computer. Let me see. If it's being bad, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on there. Here, let me try and pull it up. Let's see. Well, now it's going to echo when I'm playing the desktop audio, but... I don't... As far as I know, there shouldn't be anything weird happening. I haven't changed anything. Apologies if it is being weird. Trying to think if there's anything I can do. Here, let me look. What's going on here? I see. First off, I gotta figure out how. Let me try it. I'm gonna have to mute game audio for a second here so I can get a better chance of figuring this out. Again, as far as I know, there shouldn't be anything changed to cause this. Was it doing this before, like in any other streams? Because if it was, and this is a problem that's been just this one, then that's even stranger. Because I have not changed a thing, as far as I'm aware. Let me check, make sure this looks fine. Okay, let me see. Some ISP issues. I'm not sure. Oh, what the heck? Yeah, I hear what you're saying now. Huh. I have no idea what's causing that. That is exceedingly weird. I don't know what to do about that, I'm gonna be honest with you. I could try resetting the stream real quick. Might just cause a little bit of issues recording side of things, but it's the only real thing I can think of as to why. Here, I'll try and do it. The stream will turn off for a second. Let's do this. And then we'll do the... No, it should be fine. All right. Okay. This is not what I was expecting to have happen today. Let's see. I literally just turned it all off. Whoops. Try putting that back on. Okay, so that's back up. Well, if I do it like that, it's gonna, of course... Hang on, I'm gonna have to do this. Wait, that's not gonna help. Wait, is it? Okay, that actually helps me for figuring out if it's making the sound again. I don't think it's happened. I'm not hearing it on my end anymore. At least I don't think I hear it. Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening to my own voice. Oh, don't worry about it. I'm just trying to figure this out. As far as I can tell, assuming what I'm testing out is helping to help figure it out, it sounds like I just cracked all my fingers. Assuming what I did helped, it sounds like it worked. Again, though, I have no idea why that would happen. I didn't change any settings as far as I can remember. Happens 6 or 7 times during the 10 minutes or so of Men's stream. Huh. Well, that's concerning. Again, I don't really have any way of knowing... what caused it, because again, I didn't change anything. No settings should have been changed as far as I know. So I hope that it's not as bad now. I don't know. Again, nothing should be different. Settings should not have changed, so either it's a connection issue or something broke. I don't know. That's an issue with you, Sire Twitch side or ISP side, I guess. Yeah, hopefully. Again, if it happens again, then unfortunately there's not really going to be anything I can do for it this stream, so if it starts happening again, it just might have to be something to deal with for this one time. But after today's stream, I'll try and take a look at it, see if the one thing I'm going to do is I have this also recorded at the same time that's streaming. That's how I've always been doing it, so I'll see if it appears in the recording side. If it doesn't appear in the recording side of things, then that means it's an issue with Twitch or my connection. If it does appear there, then there's a deeper issue that I'm going to be scared of. But for now, we're just going to have to live with it, assuming it's still there. Now, what was I talking about before I got the panic attack? Kind of got off right off rails there. Oh yeah, I was mentioning how it doesn't make sense for... So John Titor's existence got pushed back. That's what I was talking about. I'm curious how... I feel like the fact that John Titor didn't appear in 2000 shouldn't have been changed by that first D-mail, because it didn't go that far back. It only went... Actually, no, it shouldn't have gone that far back. Strange. Well, I think I just need more information before I can start figuring out. Suzu has calmed down a bit, so I start pressing her for answers. What do you mean you're John Titor? Exactly what it sounds like. I'm the John Titor who's been posting on that channel. I see. I thought he was a guy. Well, I guess it's one easy way to make it even harder to discover who you are. Just do something as obviously as simple as change the gender. I guess that's an easy way to misdirect people. Fair enough. If it works, it works. Suzuha smiles humorlessly. I fooled you? Guess my camouflage worked then. Exactly! Who are you hiding from? CERN. In that case, what worries me is what she says about Kurisu. She says that Kurisu cannot be trusted, but she's a time traveler. In the anime, there's a voiceover with the John Titor emails, and he has a deep, gruff voice, great misdirection. That's amazing. And just having like a voice modifier or whatever. That's great. Hey. But as I was saying, I'm very worried about what she's saying about Kurisu. Because it sounds like... Now before I couldn't confirm if she was John Titor or not, I just thought that maybe, I don't know what I thought about why she was acting that way towards Kurisu, but I thought it wasn't too serious. However, knowing that she's a time traveler, knowing she's from the future, knowing what she knows, and knowing that she says not to trust Kurisu, really worries me. It's happening again. It's not the end of the world. Very strange though. Yeah, it's very weird. Again, unfortunately, there's not much I'm going to be able to do about it for today. I'll try and look at it afterwards. If it keeps happening, though, again, I don't really have any way of fixing that. I hope it's not the most annoying thing. It's just, again, there's nothing I can do about it right now. I hope it's not too annoying, at least. Is there any other way I can look at settings? Yeah. I'll just have to figure it out later. That, or this might become a new normal, unfortunately, but hopefully not. Anyways, we'll deal with that. I'll deal with that later. For now, she knows about the future. What is it that happens with Kurisu in the future that makes Suzuha distrust her so much? Makes her hate her so much? The stories you posted, were they true? Mostly. A few exceptions. It's those exceptions that bother me. So you came from 2036, and that satellite, that's your time machine. I was hoping you wouldn't find out, but my time machine went broke on me. I really screwed up, huh? I thought Tyler's time machine was loaded on a Chevy. Chevy? That's the car, right? Where'd you hear that? The Tiger in 2000 said so. 2000? That might be me on a different world line. At least, I haven't been to 2000. I came straight here from 2036. So it was someone else. It was a Suzuha of a different timeline. Why would it change so much? It's true that Tider never posted in 2000, not in the current world line. Doesn't matter. I can worry about that later. What do you know? I pressed Suzuha for answers, trapping her between me and the wall so she can't escape. You overheard my conversation with Kurisu, right? Why did you run to the time machine? What were you trying to do? I thought it was my fault. What? Because I neglected my mission, CERN was able to put their plan into motion. Is it true? Suzuha grabs my shoulders. Ugh. Is it true that CERN kills Shina Mayuri? It's true. I time leap from 5 hours in the future. How many times have I seen her die in so many gruesome ways? I've seen her neck sliced, train run over her, shot in the head twice. It's burned in a building, or no, actually 3 times. She also got shot in the burning building, I'm pretty sure. Ran over by a car. Time leaped. So you guys complete your time machine. I need answers. What do you mean it's your fault? Suzuha bites her lips and looks away. I'll tell you everything. I think you need to know. You and Makise Kurisu. Kurisu? Does something change in Kurisu to where she becomes some sort of villain in the future? Why Kurisu? I guess I'll find out if I let Suzuha talk. We should head back to the lab. First, I offer Suzuha my handkerchief. She looks at me for a second, then takes it and ties it around her burned hand.
Thank you.
Thanks. She should probably see a doctor about her hand, but there's no time for that. Mayuri's death is approaching. I just hope she's not in too much pain. I wrap a towel around her hand to keep people around us from staring.
Welcome back, O'Cream. Oh, Suzu-san's with you too.
Can we send Mayuri back home? I don't think I want to have her around when we talk about the fact that she's died like 100 times already. When we get back to the lab, Mayuri and Daru are there for some reason. I thought I sent them home. Mayuri gives me a dizzy answer when I ask them.
I really thought we should celebrate the birth of Super Fomui-chan. So Daru and I went shopping.
So just like always, Timeline is making sure that she dies. There's no way in this timeline we're going to be able to... There's no way with time leaping we're going to be able to save her. The only thing that's going to do it is D-mail. That's the only way we're going to save her. I should have known she wouldn't stay away. Carissa looks as worried as I am. She leans close and whispers into my ear. What do we do? Make absolutely sure Mayuri doesn't find out. Yeah, I don't want her to hear like, hey, you've been dying like 10 times already? 100? And you're about to die in like 3 hours. Or whatever. That's great. Carissa nuts slightly. What are you guys talking about? How many times do I have to say it? No party.
Come on, Ocarine. That's so fun.
It's not about fun. I glance at Suzuha. She still looks depressed.
Suzu-san, are you feeling okay?
Suzuha, Christina, I have important matters to discuss. That's why I asked you to leave for today. Suzuha, Christina, and I have important matters to discuss. That's why I asked you to leave for the day.
Mayushi wants to hear too.
No, I'm not letting you hear about your own death. I think he's serious. Daru, I'm less, like, I mean, I feel like Daru should probably be kept in the loop as much as possible. Mayuri, no, I'm not letting her hear this. I think he's serious.
But Suzu-san looks sad. Mayushi's worried.
Sorry. Daru's a real one, can't tell Mayuri exactly. Daru may be the perv, but at the very least, when things have been getting serious, he's been trustworthy. Suzuha hangs her head and bites her lip. I know she feels responsible for Mayuri's death. I don't think it's Suzuha's fault. That being said, I also don't know. Why is the World Line so insistent on on Mayuri dying? How is she related? That's what I'm here to find out. I want Shina, Mayuri, and Hashida Itaru to stay. This concerns them too. Is this a good idea? I mean, sure. It's more than likely that Mayuri's gonna die in this timeline too, and we're gonna have to time leap anyways. But is it still okay to just ruin this timeline's version of Mayuri's sanity by making her hear about her own deaths? And how she's destined to die? Literally, fate is laughing at her corpse basically every single timeline. But if Suzuha's the one saying it, I can trust it, I think. At the very least, I feel like she understands the most, being a time traveler. If Suzuha says so, then I have no objections. But I quietly pull her aside and remind her not to tell them about Mayuri's impending death. Then I quickly explain Suzuha's true identity, that she's posted on that channel as John Titor, that the satellite is really a time machine, and that she came from the year 2036. I just remembered something else I assumed earlier that might actually make a bit more sense. I mentioned at the beginning of the game, it was Kurisu who was killed, who died. Knowing that Suzuha hates Kurisu, and knowing that that she's a time traveler, I said before, I don't know if I actually said it before, but if I didn't, it might make sense then, with that hatred, her being a time traveler and all that, it actually could have been another Suzuha from a different timeline that killed Kurisu. In a way to stop CERN. A girl from the future. That's awesome. Can I shake your hand? We're not playing around here, Daru.
What year were you born? 2017. That's in 7 years. You haven't been born yet, but you're here. Huh?
There's no time to deal with Mayuri's confusion. At the very least, Suzuha's time machine is like the most genuine one. Like, Suzuha's time machine is the most genuine time machine out of the ones that we've made. It's not like D-Mail where she can only send a little bit at a time. It's not like time leaping where she can only send her memories. It's a genuine time machine where she can send her physical body, memories, personality, yada yada, all of it back in time. Her time machine is the most genuine one we've seen.
Well, the gist is what I posted on the @ channel. I came from the future, the year 2036. In my time, the world is a dystopia ruled by CERN. There's no war, no conflict, but no freedom either. Dystopia? A society where every activity is controlled by the government. In a dystopia, you're not allowed to eat bananas unless today is banana eating day. If you break that rule, they throw you in jail without a trial. That's terrible. Mayushi loves bananas.
Forget about the bananas. Banana. Banana. I'm part of the resistance fighting to free humanity from CERN's control. I came to the past to change my present. From your point of view, I guess I should say the future. To change the future. Change the future. She doesn't sound like she's joking. I believe her. The fact that she knew as much as she did about that, considering what she was trying to do just now with that satellite time machine, I believe her.
What about finding your father? Is that a lie?
I actually do wonder, is that a lie? Suzuha doesn't answer. I'm wondering if maybe she lied in saying that her main objective is finding her father, but it might be true that she is trying to find her father. Basically, I believe her that she's trying to find her father, but I don't think it's the real reason why she's back here. But I could be completely wrong on that. Does that mean it was a lie? CERN is a research institution. They don't have political power. I explained that to John Titor several times online. Online? Wait, don't tell me. You're Curry Gohan and Kamehameha. Oh my... Wait a minute. Kurisu. Oh my gosh. Curry Gohan. Oh my... Curry Gohan, Curry Sue. Wow. That's great. Kurisu turned red and looks away. So... Oh, that's amazing. That's actually amazing.
Titor came forward.
So it's only fair that I do too. I'm just laughing at the name. This is what happened if my coworkers found out about my stream. That's fair. That's funny. In that case, I'll come clean too. I was posting under my true name, Hewing Hyo. I know. Come on, you can at least act surprised. Right? Just slightly.
You harmonized.
Suzuha frowns. She must not like having anything in common with Kurisu. Suzuha, you're also going to need to explain your hatred. She clears her throat and continues. CERN is still a research institution in 2036. The world is actually ruled by CERN's secret backers, the Committee of 300. The Committee of 300? They're weird. They're real. That name was in CERN's top secret documents. When CERN successfully completed their time machine, they became the sole entity with power over the fourth dimension, time. I don't think it's a stretch to imagine how easy it would be to just control the world with a time machine. Even if you don't have like political power at first, with a time machine that's very, very, very easily changeable.
In just 2 years, they remade the world to serve their purpose.
Just 2 years. That's only an objective time. I bet CERN's time traveler spent many decades leaping back and forth across history, building the foundation of CERN's rule.
That brings us to you, Makise Kurisu.
Tell us, why do you hate her? What does she do in the future? What is happening? Unless... Are you gonna tell me that Makise is one of the, like, people who does the Jellyman thing? Suzuha glares at Kurisu.
In 2036, you're apotheosized as the mother of the time machine. Apotheosized?
In Japanese, please.
Apotheosized, as in revered, respected.
She keeps using unusual vocabulary. Or maybe that's normal vocabulary in 2036?
Respected? Huh? I am? In 2010, you pioneered time leap with technology. Afterwards, you contribute to the development of CERN's time machine. That's what I know about Makise Kurisu.
Is that why she treats Kurisu like an enemy? I guess it makes sense. By that logic, yeah, it makes sense why she would hate Makise. Because Makise Kurisu is one of the reasons why the future is like the way it is. Why it's a dystopia. Because she made the time machine. But of course, if Makise Kurisu never dies, then that's why... Oh! Wait! Wait. That kind of... I don't know how to explain it, but some kind of pieces in my head kind of just fit together. It's about the whole, why did the time travel of Suzuha going back to 2000 change to the future? There. If Makise dies, then her whole reason for coming back changes, or something like that. The past would affect her future, and her future would change to when she changes in the past. I'm wording this really badly, but it's like... The reason having Kurisu killed in the past is like, it changes what she does in the future, or where she goes. I think. Something like that. Then I must be the father of the time machine, right?
Okabe Rintaro is a terrorist in 2036. You're pretty infamous.
What? What? Huh? You can't just throw that on me and what? What? Seriously? I'm a terrorist in the future.
I helped CERN build the time machine? I don't believe it. CERN experiments on people against their will. There are disgraced scientists everywhere. I would never collaborate with them. But that's how it is in the future.
There's gotta be some sort of leverage then.
How did the future me explain herself? We've never met. By 2036, you're already dead. Sorry.
She's already dead by 2036? Well, that's just great. How does she die?
I don't even make it to 50?
Yeah, that's the real shame. What?
In my time, there are two kinds of people. Those who live extremely long lives, and those who die young, under suspicious circumstances. People who act against CERN are erased. They erased me.
Suzuha looks into Kurisu's eyes. For once, she's not glaring at Kurisu.
Maybe you're being used by CERN too. Maybe they took your parents hostage and forced you to work on their time machine.
That's what I'm thinking.
No. Does that mean Mama's in danger?
Karisu's mother is in America. It's not terribly difficult to imagine CERN kidnapping her while Karisu's away. After all, I watched Moeka kill Mayuri in cold blood. If they're willing to do that, there's no, like, exaggeration to assume that they could do something like that. Rounders. What's that? CERN's private army, or something like that. Suzuha nods. On paper, they're an independent technology research firm. In reality, they do all the dirty work for CERN all over the world. According to Moeka, they have two chief duties. First, to acquire IBM 5100s, the only computers that can access CERN's secret database. Second, to find promising scientists in the field of time travel and force them to cooperate with CERN, or eliminate them if they will not. So, they already exist. I thought they might. In my time, they're our #1 enemy. Dirty work? Does that mean, like, kidnappings and assassinations? Yep. Yep. I'll answer that for you, Daru. Yes. Mayuri is a victim, and so are technically we. Suzuha looks at me with a question in her eyes. I shake my head. In my time, yes, but I don't think they've reached that level in this time yet. No, they have. No, they definitely have. They've 1000% reached that level at this point. Don't let her fool you. Daru is visibly relieved. He shouldn't be. Amane-san, you said that most of what you posted at John Tyre was true, right? Right. Does that mean you know how the universe works? You claim that the Everett Wheeler model, the many worlds interpretation, is correct. That was a lie. Camouflage so that CERN wouldn't target me. If I mix one lie into the truth, then the bad apple spoils the barrel. I guess that's fair. So you don't know. Makes sense. You don't want to make it super obvious, but you want to at least shove enough truth in there. In that case, I want, like, again, it's like she said, one bad apple spoils the whole barrel. Oh. No one's going to be suspicious if a barrel has a couple bad apples. I think it's of course more suspicious if every single apple in a barrel's perfect. The likelihood of that happening is very strange. I do. By 23.6, scientists have successfully modeled the structure of the universe, and it's not the many worlds interpretation. Really? Tell me. Tractor fields. Right, I told you by mail, didn't I? What sort of model is that? The universe is made up of world lines and attractor fields. Suzuha walks over to Mayuri's sewing table and picks up a ball of red yarn. She holds one end of the yarn and drops the ball onto the floor, then holds about a meter of yarn in front of her face. The universe is like this piece of yarn. Countless possible world lines exist side by side, branching out to infinity. From a distance, it looks like a single string, but when you look closer, the string is actually made up of individual threads woven together. At the end, those threads converge on a single point. The paths are different, but the destination is the same. Isn't that determinism? Determinism? A school of philosophy that states that every event is predetermined by previous events. The past determined the present. The present determines the future. Even though we may think that we are acting of our own free will, in truth, we are only following a predetermined path. Those who subscribe to determinism often cite the thought experiment of Laplace Estimon for an intellect which at a certain moment would know all forces that set nature in motion, and all positions of all items of which nature is composed. Nothing would be uncertain, and the future, just like the past, would be present before its eyes. Pierre Simon Laplace. Close. This mall is a little looser. You could say it cherry picks from the many worlds interpretation and the Copenhagen interpretation. If the branches all lead to the same place, does that mean there's only one world? There's only one world in the end? Exactly. Strange. The bundle of world lines that share a point of convergence is called an attractor field.
There are also many attractor fields. This string is attractor field alpha. The threads are alpha world lines.
Zua then cuts meter lengths of blue, yellow, and white yarn.
Blue is beta, yellow is gamma, and white is delta. Each is made up of countless beta world lines, gamma world lines, or delta world lines.
She twists the different colored strings together, then stretches them out as one fat, multicolored string.
Attractor fields are superpositions like this. In each attractor field, the world lines converge on a different result. They don't interact. Each attractor field is independent of the others. Of course, they all diverge from a common point somewhere in the past, and they will all converge again at some point in the future. That takes many hundreds of years. You can think of attractor fields as very long world lines.
Can you compare it to an eroge? Tell me. Teach me, oh erotic one.
There's no erotic one here.
No, he's right. It is like an eroge. Each heroine's root is an attractor field, and the small choices within are the individual world lines. At the end, they all enter the true route for the grand ending. The only difference is the length of the common parts. By the way, I choose the little sister's attractor field. Daru, window. Whatever.
You guys are hopeless. Better do something quick. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
You shouldn't. You really shouldn't.
Just ignore them.
Let me get this straight. The reason I can't save Mayuri is that her death is the event upon which this attractor field converges. Of course. But that means the world really is killing Mayuri. But then, isn't it impossible to change the future? It always converges in the end, right? No matter what you do, the result is the same. Oh, sorry, that's Itaru. But then, isn't it impossible to change the future? It always converges in the end, right? No matter what you do, the result is the same. That's right. That's why Mayuri dies no matter how many times I leap.
We have to escape the attractor field alpha.
Escape? How do we do that? Tell me, D-mail. I want to use D-mail. I know I said that I don't want to use the time travel anymore, but... we have to, at this point. I can't let Mayuri die. After seeing the shit that I saw before, how can I?
In other words, we're going to jump to a world line in attractor field beta. I thought attractor fields couldn't interact. Attractor fields are normally separate, but if we go to the instant they diverge... The instant they diverge... Is that now? I was taught that a major divergence occurs in 2010. This year, an earth-shattering event causes divergence at the attractor field level. The last time such a divergence occurred was in the year 2000, and before that in 1991.
Wait. Those dates. 2000 was the date when the first John Titor, when John Titor / Zua appeared in 2000. But isn't 1991 also familiar? Isn't that the year that Mayuri mentioned how Okabe got a strange fever? And he was like just basically comatose in his own bed or whatever? Because I remember them mentioning that. He's 18, 2010. Oh, no, I was wrong then. I remembered that, but I guess I'm wrong. Still though, I wonder, why do I feel like I've heard 1991? Maybe I've just gotten too lost in the sauce. At the very least, 2000 I know is important in some way.
What happened at those years? Events that changed the face of the world. Huh?
Oh no, wait, that's... I think I know what major event she's talking about. It's the year Daru and Okabe were born. Gotcha. Yeah. I was about to say, like, I feel like I remember hearing 1991 in some way, but at the same time, I could be completely wrong. But it's the year they're born. Got it. As I was saying, though, I think I might know what she's talking about. A major event where things start to diverge or whatever. Or is that the word she uses? Yeah. It's gotta be Nakabachi's... It's gotta be Nakabachi's, what's the word? Presentation or whatever. The one where Kurisu dies. Because that's when a big change happened. That being said, that creates a new issue. Assuming we have to go back to that specific world line, that means we would be going back to a world line where Kurisu dies. So basically, we would be trading Mayuri's existence for Kurisu's. Or Mayuri's death for Kurisu's death. That's what I meant. 1991 was the collapse of the Soviet Union, right? But what happened in 2000? 2001 had the 9/11 attacks. Year 2000 problem. Wait, are you talking about Y2K? Y2K? That was just hype. Nothing happened. No. If you're talking about time travel, though, that probably would cause a lot of issues, wouldn't it?
That's because the Alpha world line we're on represents a world where Y2K didn't occur.
So in other words, there are worlds where it did occur?
And that brings us to 2010. Did something big happen this year? What else could it be?
Zua looks towards the development room. The time machine, our stuff.
With the creation of humanity's first time machine. Oh, yeah! Wow!
One more question. Kurisu keeps plowing ahead. I guess that's what makes her a scientist.
These world lines aren't parallel worlds, are they?
A universe that exists separate from ours. It is believed that some parallel worlds may be strikingly similar to ours, even containing duplicates of ourselves.
No, ultimately they're just possibilities that exist simultaneously. And how do you observe the differences between world lines? Wouldn't you need a god's eye view to do that?
Well, we do have somebody who can view timeline changes for some reason.
Normally. However...
Zua looks at me, reading Steiner. For some reason, we can watch it. We're able to observe the difference. Don't know why, but it's something we can do. Don't tell me. Reading Steiner.
Is that what you call it? Okabe Rentaro, you have the power to observe changes across world lines, correct?
Yeah. For some reason, we're like the only person we know of at the moment that can actually observe that change. Why? I don't know, but it's powerful.
That's the key. Your power is the key to freeing the world from CERN's rule.
So you were dead serious about saying we're the Messiah then? I guess that makes sense though. Looking at the full timeline of events on the wiki, it's so complicated. Oh god. The wiki just keeps going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Whoever wrote this game is Gigabrain. It's a freaking spider web. Anyways, what was I saying before? Don't know how they managed to keep it straight without plot holes. Shit, it's an absolute marvel. It is rather amazing. Especially considering you're dealing with time travel and story. I've heard of plenty of games that have put time travel into their story and then has ended up in immense pain as a result. But this game somehow managed to make it work and make it make sense and keep it straight. My goodness.
You have the power of a god. Why do we have this power, though? Why do we have the ability of reading Steiner? My power. It's insane. Makes so much sense. Makes you even believe the world line theory. Exactly. If you escape attractor field alpha and reach a beta world line, then the result will change. Suzuha, as John Titor, mentioned that the biggest way of changing the future that could probably take out CERN is a divergence or convergence or whatever of 1%. Up past 1%. We haven't seen past that yet. But if we do that, something big will change. 1% could change everything. I feel a shiver of excitement. So there's hope. I can save Mayuri. But there's again, I'm worried. If we... Because I feel like someone else will probably have to die in place. That's what I'm imagining might happen. Will someone else die in her place? Will the universe just find someone else to kill over and over again? Suzuha nods firmly. I mean, of course I want to save Mayuri, but I don't want to send someone else to that terrible fate. Then I must do it. I have no choice. Wait a second. Kurisu, however, is not so enthusiastic. How do we know this is all true? What if Amane-san is just making stuff up? I would normally agree with you, but after the shit I've seen, I'd be an idiot not to believe her. Kurisu, you don't understand. There's only so many times I can watch my childhood friend die before I can start believing that the sky is green. What? I'm not making stuff up. Calm down. I'm not trying to pick a fight. But I still have questions. 1. How do you know about Okabe's power? 2. How did you know Okabe and I were in Akihabara in 2010? Don't you know a little too much for someone born in 2017? She's not wrong. Why do you know as much as you do? There's no denying that you have a lot of knowledge about the future. The question isn't that... I don't doubt that she does know this stuff. I just wonder, why do you know this stuff? She has a point. Everyone looks at Suzuha. It's written in Dad's will. I see. Oh, you're picking up where your dad left off, aren't you? His will. That's why you're looking for your dad, isn't it? What do you mean? His will was what made me decide to time travel. That makes a lot of sense, actually, why you would be looking for him. Probably whatever's written in there will make a lot more sense if you can actually find the one who wrote it. My dad was one of the founding members of the Resistance. He had from CERN and researched time travel on his own. He wanted to change the future. But CERN killed him. That's why I'm here, to fulfill his dream. I'm sorry. Suzuha doesn't look at Kurisu. She still seems to have a grudge against her. It is interesting knowing that... I don't doubt that Suzuha is... I believe that about what Suzuha says about Kurisu in the future, but it's just... It's strange to imagine that Kurisu would become basically the villain. But then again, it also sounds like she's also used, so... It's not really a choice. It's just a matter of being forced. Kurisu would never actively cooperate with CERN. I know that. But I just can't say that in front of Suzuha. I believe, again, she had to have been forced. For some reason, Suzuha really does see Kurisu as responsible for the problems of the future. I believe that she's probably right, but
Kurisu probably never wanted it to get that way, I would imagine. At the very least, future Kurisu would probably never want it. But if that's the case, why doesn't Suzuha just kill Kurisu? Wouldn't that change the future? I think she did. at the moment, it might change in the future, of course, but at the moment, I feel like there's enough to believe that there's a good chance that at the beginning of the game, the one who killed Kurisu was Suzuha. She would have the most reason to do it. It would take away the existence of the time machine. Potentially. It would potentially fix all of her problems. It would make sense for Suzuha to have killed Kurisu at the beginning of the game. Of course, that never happens now because of the change. Maybe she can't. World lines converge. No matter how hard I struggle, Mayuri dies. Similarly, it may be impossible for Suzuha to kill Kurisu, no matter how much she may want to. Suzuha clears her throat as if to change the subject. Akihabara, 2010. The time machine created here accelerates CERN's own time machine research. It's a lot better. We have to stop that from happening in order to guide history in a new direction. So we need to revert the progress of the time leap. We can't have the time leap machine. We need to go back to just being D-mail, is what I'm hearing. Stop it! How? D-mail. D-mail's gonna be the easiest. CERN already knows about us. That's Kurt from Moeka's attack. I believe that the ultimate cause for the very first email you sent with your time machine. The one we sent to Daru. The one that ended up changing Kurisu's fate. An email? It wasn't because they caught us hacking. Like I said, nobody can catch my hacking. Which email are you talking about?
I know. Wasn't the one email Ocarina said that Christian died?
Right. The email I sent to Daru right after Dr. Nakabachi's conference. This is what I'm scared about. If we undo that, then I think Kurisu's going to die. Again, it would mean that Mayuri probably wouldn't get killed then, but I don't want to just sacrifice Kurisu just for Mayuri's sake. But I feel like that's the only way at the moment, that's the only way we have of actually stopping Mayuri's death. Basically exchanging Mayuri's, basically swapping Mayuri and Kurisu. Oh, that. Back then, we hadn't yet realized that the phone wave name exchange was a time machine. CERN was probably intercepted that email and realized what it meant. They were already onto us back then. Come to think of it, the first time I met Moeka was the day after I sent that email. She was watching us. We really jumped in the deep end, huh? It really was just at the very beginning, wasn't it? They've been keeping an eye on us this entire time with Moeka. Mayushi's good at the breaststroke. Now's not the time, Mayuri. Alright, do the newest 60 under warp pose. Now's not the time. Go to the window. I'll throw you out later, after we're done with this. How'd they intercept our email? Hundreds of millions of emails are sent around the world each day. CERN uses an echelon network to collect communications pertaining to time travel research worldwide. According to conspiracy theorists, Echelon is an advanced signals interception system based in the United States and operated by the National Security Agency. However, American authorities have never publicly admitted to Echelon's existence, and no proof that it exists has ever been found. Participating countries allegedly include the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, but not France. As an ally of the United States, Japan can allow the construction of domestic echelon stations in exchange for access to the intercepted data. The Elephant Cage antenna array located in Misawa Air Base in Aomori, Japan, is rumored to be one such station. These stations are said to intercept, collect, and analyze a wide range of signals, including private cell phone and transmissions. That's all very interesting, but I just find it kind of interesting that you have to make it a point, but not France. I mean, I guess you just could have said, you just could not have said France at all, but you just have to explicitly mention not France, not France, not France, not them. No. Echelon? It really exists. As an expert on conspiracies, I understand the implications, and they terrify me. No one else seems to get what Suzua's saying, though. Echelon sees everything, and each transmission that even hints at time travel is filtered and sent to CERN. For example, an email that appeared to have come from the future. We need to find the record of that email in CERN's database and delete it. If you do that, then CERN will never know you exist. Their time machine won't be complete in 2034. If we're lucky, the program may be shut down completely. I see. So, a problem. You're asking us to infiltrate CERN? How the hell you want us to do that? In other words, deleting that data will take us to the attractor field where CERN doesn't build a time machine. So you're asking for a miracle? Huh. There wasn't any data like that when we hacked CERN's database. Oh no. No, they're actually... I know. That's why they want IBM 5100s. It's their weakness, isn't it? The IBM 5100s are probably their one weakness. Because I'm going to go under the assumption that the IBM 5100s are probably what give access to that kind of information. And if you get access to that, then you can change what they can and can't see. It would make sense then why they would be so adamant on collecting IBM 5100s. If someone managed to get into their database, they could change what they can see. The IBM 51... I knew it! I knew it! It's their one weakness. That's why they keep collecting them. If no one has an IBM 5100, then no one can and basically blindside them. Ooh. Oh! Of course, CERN's IBM 5100's database. That's probably where they store the data from Echelon. So that's what it is. Damn it, Taro! Why didn't we use the IBM 5100 earlier? We never had one. That's the other problem. That changed from one of the timeline changes. What are you talking about? I got one, remember? Huh? Right, that was on a different world line. On this world line, I never found the IBM 5100. My mission is to make sure you acquire an IBM 5100. You have one! Suzua shakes her head. I'm going to 1975 to obtain one. 1975, the year the IBM 5100 went to market. I know because John Titor in 2000 said that was his mission. Was that John Titor Suzua too? Anyway, if Suzua can get us to an IBM 5100, then we can leave this attractor field and jump to a beta world line where CERN never finds us and their time machine is never completed. Mayuri won't have to die. Hurry, we need to move fast. How soon can you leave, Suzua? I was trying to leave when you caught me, but... Suzua bows her head apologetically. Her time machine probably broke when the satellite crashed. In which case, the only way we can fix that is if we make it so the time machine never crashed. In which case, the only way of fixing that would have to be to allow Kurisu to die. To go back to that timeline where she does die. I look at her burnt hand. She's hiding it from Mayuri and Daru, but I can see the blood staining my handkerchief. Hurts to look at. Maybe we should get her to a doctor. Right. Your time machine's broken. Can you fix it? No. I just write it. My dad's the one who built it. He's memorized the manual, so I know how it works, but... it doesn't mean she knows how to repair it. And there's no guarantee that a time machine from 2036 can be repaired with today's technology. Maybe we can use Time Loop Machine to go back to before Mane-san's time machine broke. But you yourself said we can't. Wait, you're going to use the time leap machine? Wasn't the plan not to experiment? We have no choice at this point. Still haven't told Daru about my time leaping, but there's no time to explain that. We'll use it if the situation demands. Do you know when it broke, Suzuha?
No, that was probably the rain a few days ago. It's supposed to be airtight, but the inside was all wet when I checked it today.
Maybe it made a hole when you crashed into Radicon?
That wasn't a crash. The coordinates were slightly off, so it just appeared there.
So it never fell from the sky, it just appeared?
It's not exactly the most stable machine.
That's a different issue completely. Whatever, we'll deal with that later. Anyone remember when it rained?
The morning of the 10th, just before the dawn.
We can't go back that far, though! The time leap machine can only cover 48 hours in a single leap. And the time leap machine was completed today, the 13th at 2 p.m. What if we complete the time leap machine early? What if we went back in time with the memories we have now and forced everyone to help fix the time and make the time leap machine early? Could we get more time then? That means we can't go farther back than 2 p.m. on the 11th. Damn it! We can't get there with the time leap machine! I thought we had a glimmer of hope. I think we should try to fix it.
Yeah, it's time machine, so we have plenty of time, right?
Not on this timeline. This timeline is... Mayuri, your head's about to explode in a few hours in this timeline, so that's not an option. Kurisu, Suzuha, and I say nothing. We know. In less than 2 hours, Mayuri will die. It's already 5:30. There's barely enough time to sneak into Radicon, let alone fix Suzuha's time machine. Maybe I should leap now to 2 p.m. on the 11th. Then we'll have 2 full days to fix the machine. You're all hungry, aren't you? You should be. What's this all of a sudden?
Mayushi's hungry.
As expected from a glutton. I take a 10,000 yen bill out of my wallet. Mayuri, Daru, I leave the shopping to you. We can come up with a plan while we eat.
No, Cream. What are we going to do with all this money?
Buy food. Lots of food. Use it all. It's not like it's gonna matter in a few hours. You just called me an over 10,000 yen bill. Wow, Green, you make it look easy. That's why we love you. That's why we marry you. Shut up, Dar. Mayuri and Dar leave in high spirits. I knew that 10,000 yen bill would work. Christina? Tighter?
Tighter?
Is that me?
You now have a nickname. A proper nickname that's not part-time warrior. Who else?
Why are you calling me that now?
Technically speaking, shouldn't your last name be... You know what? I'm not gonna get into semantics. Because you're the one behind Tighter's mask. Like part-time warrior. Part-time warrior is a good nickname.
Well, yeah, but... Just give up. Okabe rarely calls anyone by their name. Oh yeah, he always calls me part-time warrior for some reason.
Listen, you two. I'm gonna leave to 2 p.m. on the 11th. After Tighter explains herself again, we'll start repairs on the time machine. Our goal is to have it working by this time today. Is that the best plan? I don't know, but we don't got much choice. It's better than trying to fix it when we only have 2 hours left. If it doesn't work, I'll just keep repeating the same 2 days.
I'm sorry.
Tighter, we're counting on you to get us an IBM 5100. Never forget, I'm not doing this for you, and I'm not doing it for the future. My mission is to save Mayuri. Call me self-righteous if you want. However, I'm doing this my way. Kurisu and Suzuha give me an encouraging nod in agreement. Good. So let's begin. You're not going to name the operation. Who cares about that? This isn't a game. Mayuri's life hangs in the balance. I don't have time to be hewing Kyoma right now. Okabe's gotta take the reins for a bit. You couldn't find a good Norse mythology theme name.
Why Norse mythology? I don't think there's a deep meaning behind it. Chunibyo patients just love Germanic names for some reason. Now that you mention it, most of our operation names in the Resistance have Germanic names too. Whenever I ask, they just say it's for tradition.
Great, so so you're telling me that Okabe's freaking habit of doing Germanic names has affected the future. Great, this is amazing. This is great. Thanks, Okabe.
So there's still Chunibyo in 23-6.
Of course there are. Cut the chatter. Mayuri's life hangs in the balance. There's no time for this nonsense. Here we go. Kurisu sets up the time leap machine while Suzuha goes to turn on the 42-inch CRT. Well before Mayuri returns, I leap. Here we go. This is going to be the furthest we can go back. Here we go. Okay. When I come to, I'm standing with my phone in my hand. While I wait for the ringing in my ears to subside, I check the date and time on my phone screen. August 11th, 2:21 p.m. Alright, now I have 2 more days. As a matter of fact, I leapt twice. First to 2 p.m. on the 13th, when the machine was completed. From there, I leapt an additional 48 hours to 2 p.m. on the 11th. It was my first consecutive leap, but it seems to have gone well. I immediately head downstairs to see Suzuha. I'm relieved to see that her hand isn't burned. When I explain the situation, Suzuha races to Radicon to confirm my story. After she realizes that I'm telling the truth, I take her back to the lab and have her repeat the explanation she gave us before I time leaped. We come to the conclusion that all we can do right now is try our best to repair Suzuha's time machine. Let's go take a look. I was unusually enthusiastic. I guess Suzuha's talk of attractor fields and divergence and correcting history mistakes got his blood pumping.
Hold on, everyone.
Mary stops us as we're about to leave the lab.
Guys, aren't we forgetting something?
Like what? Like what?
What about Suzuha-san's dad?
That doesn't matter right now. Oh, right. I thought Suzuha was lying about that. When I turn to her, she looks away.
That doesn't matter now, does it? It does too! I mean, it'll take time to fix the time machine, won't it? We should help Suzu-san find her dad in the meantime. Right?
But... when I show reluctance, Mayuri puffs out her cheeks.
Don't be like that, Okarin. You have to keep your promise.
What promise?
We promised, remember? We said we'd all look for Suzuha-san's dad.
That's right. We convinced her to stay by promising to help look for her father. Yeah, I remember.
I know Suzu-san has a mission stuff, but I think she also came because she really wanted to meet your dad. Mayuri wants to make that happen.
If Mayuri feels that strongly about it, there's no way I can refuse. No.
Sheena Mayuri, you're such a nice girl.
Suzuha sniffles.
You're right. I thought I could find him if I came to this town. I know that he was in Akihabara in 2010.
So your father's real?
Of course he is. At this age, he's probably still young and cool.
His name was Beryl Taito, right?
Yeah, that's right. Oh, a foreigner? No, I'm pretty sure he's Japanese. Beryl Taito is his code name in the Resistance. I don't think he's using it yet.
So that's why Suzuha calls herself John Taito. Then what's his real name?
I don't know his real name.
Suzuha, do you realize how hard this is gonna make this?
Some daughter, huh?
Suzuha looks like she's about to cry for an instant, but she quickly covers it with a bitter smile.
He died before he could tell me.
Hearing that, I realize how hellish the world she came from must be. Damn. What about your surname, Amane?
That was my mother's maiden name. So you have no leads? Yeah, well, how do you... Leads? Oh, there is one thing. Zua claps her hands together and starts patting her pockets. A few seconds later, she reaches into one and pulls out... A pin? Oshim... Blank, 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 Holo? I've seen Suzuha fiddling with it before. Pin. Okay. That's just a regular pin. Kind you stick on your hat or bag. There's something written on it. It reads Ocean M star 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 A 70 71 10. This belonged to my dad. So we just gotta look for someone with the pin. A memento. So basically, we're looking for somebody with the same pin. This IRL, along with the little metal Upa, they sold it limited edition in a limited edition version for of the PS3 game. That's awesome. That's really cute. Google it, Daru. Daru runs a search, but only gets incomprehensible foreign sites. He was here in Akibara, so I think we can exclude the foreign sites.
Okay, got it. He narrows the search down to just Japanese sites. But even then, none of the results look relevant. Nothing.
But this has to be some kind of hint.
With Suzuha's permission, I take a picture of the pin.
Okay, all in favor of helping Suzuha-san fire Dad.
Well, this is gonna take up our time to fix her time machine, but... I mean, I guess worst comes to worst, we can just use the time leap machine again to figure it out. I want to argue that there's no time for that, but Mayuri's right when she says that the time machine won't be right for a while. I guess there's no harm in letting her have her way. After all, there's no point in running, not even with 2 days head start. Even if I dragged Mayuri to the ends of the earth, we wouldn't be able to escape her death. I know that now. No objections. Yeah, as much as I hate it, at the same time, it's honestly probably a better idea to do this and go back in time again, because at the moment, what we need is information. As much information as we can gather. The more information, the more we can change. Change. If that means we have to have... If that means we have to have Mayuri die again and again, then unfortunately that's gonna have to be the case. Eventually, though, we'll find a way to use all the information we get to prevent it from happening. So, let's look for her father. If we have to go back in time, then so be it.
Thanks, Ocarine.
Who knows, maybe we can figure out where her father is and then go back in time and find him even earlier. Daru raises his hand in agreement. So does Kurisu. It's decided we'll help Suzuha find her father. Alright.
Everyone, thank you. But I want to be clear that my mission to 1975 comes first. That was my dad's final wish, after all. So if we still haven't found him by this time repairs are complete, I think we should give up. Is that okay? Are you sure? If we still haven't found him by then, it just wasn't meant to be.
It's a relief to hear Suzuha say that. Yeah. So where do we start? Now, the one thing that I'm wondering is, Suzuha mentioned this whole convention about time machines. The pin is our only hint. We'll hit every store in Akiba that sells things like this. Maybe somebody will know where it comes from.
What kind of stores?
Akiba is full of niche stores where you can find strange and cool accessories. It's hard to sneak into Radicon in the daytime. There isn't a crowd out front like before, but pedestrian traffic remains constant. It takes us about 30 minutes to find a way in. Kurisu's back at the lab, working on the time leap machine. Okay, so I was actually kind of hoping that Kurisu would continue working on the time leap, because at the end of the day, what we always need, no matter what, is the way to turn back time. AKA the time leap machine, just in case. It needs to be completed by 2 PM on the 13th. If she's late, it could affect my ability to time leap, which would lower my chances of saving Mayuri. Speaking of Mayuri, she wandered off somewhere in search of Suzuha's father. How does it look? I called Daru, who's examining the flood satellite. I mean, time machine, while Suzuha and I keep a lookout. Daru crawls out of the machine. He's covered in sweat and his breathing is heavy. We quickly help pull his huge body out. Time machine is completely visible from the street. If someone were to see us up here, they might report us to the police. It's been 2 weeks since the satellite appeared, but Akiba still has tourists who come just to see it. We need to take care not to be noticed. It's so freaking hot in there. It's worse than a sauna. Spend too much time in there and I'll turn to Daru jerky. By the way, it's not gonna fall or anything, right? Well, it didn't fall in the future, so I can't imagine. The time machine is balanced precariously on the ledge, but the police have hooked up support wire, so Daru probably has nothing to worry about. It didn't fall in the future, so we should be fine.
Can it be fixed?
Well, I still don't know for sure, but there is one thing I noticed just now. It's built kind of like the phone wave. Really? That means there's a chance, right? I said I'm not sure. I need to poke around some more. Daru, super hacker. Everything depends on your skills now. You are the super hacker who will save the world. In 2036, people will worship you instead of Kurisu, the mother of the time machine. Hacker, how many times do I have to tell you? Anyway, you have 2 days. Do whatever it takes, Daru. I place my hand on Daru's shoulder and look straight into his eyes. Our only hope. No promises, man. Why 2 days? Well, that's because when Mayuri will die. But I can't say that.
In 2 days, the weather conditions will be perfect for creating the ring singularity. If we miss that window, we won't have another chance until next year.
Nice excuse, Suzuha. Precisely. 6 in 2 days? That's just nuts. If you do, you'll earn the right to a date with Ferris. Can you fix it? No problem. Great, now I just need to figure out how I'm going to convince Ferris. Ferris can kill me later. Ocean star A 7010. We're searching for something with the same cryptic logo as this mysterious pin. There's still this mail. Much coffee. Can I call anybody? Nope. Honestly, I didn't think it would be this difficult. Akiba has plenty of niche stores, but they're all electronic goods or PC parts. There aren't that many selling accessories like Suzuha's pin. We check every one that we can find, but come up empty-handed. None of the store employees have any idea where it came from either. We even check nearby neighborhoods like Ueno and Asakusa. Nothing. Suzuha and I return to the lab with heavy hearts. Welcome back. Kurisu emerges from the development room to greet us. She's alone.
From looks on your faces, I guess you didn't find anything.
Where's Daru?
He hasn't come back yet. It's already dark, so maybe he went straight home?
It's too dark to work at Radicon now. We can't use lights because that would be too conspicuous to the people below. Mayuri isn't around. Is she making any progress in the search for Suzuha's father?
I feel bad. There's no time for this.
It's not for you. We're doing it to save Mayuri.
Yeah.
I start up Daru's computer and search the net for communities of people who collect unique pins. I'll investigate tomorrow based on the information I find. There's a pin collecting group on the site called Frepara, where everyone shows off their collections. I post there, asking for information. What? I'm sleeping on the couch when a loud alarm rings in my ears. Is it CERN? I jump up and see Kurisu and Suzuha. Kurisu's holding her phone. That's the source of the sound.
Good morning.
Hi. Her sour expression says it's not good at all. I wish she'd put herself in my shoes and see what it's like to be woken up suddenly like that. I checked the time on my phone. It's just before 7 a.m. You came to wake me up? Thanks. I didn't do it for you.
I asked her to wake you up, Okabe Rentaro. There's something I want to show you.
I realize that there's a strange object sitting on the table in front of me. It's the thing that appears whenever we send email. This is the thing that shows, like, the divergence or whatever. What's this?
A divergence meter. The numbers indicate the divergence value of the current world line.
The ideal would be to get 1%. The mirror displays 0.337187%.
Divergence is measured from my original world line, which corresponds to 0.
Want to get a Nixie tube clock in this style, but they're expensive? I can imagine. It'd be cool, though. You made this.
No, I brought it with me from 2036.
These are Nixie tubes, right? Whoever made this has taste. I'd happily dub it Future Gadget number 9.
How exactly does it work?
It shouldn't be possible to measure changes like that. Suzuha shrugs.
I don't know either.
You don't know?
Can you guess who made it?
Your dad? How should I know?
You did, Okabe Rentaro.
What do you mean? What? I didn't make this. Huh?
You made it, 11 years from now. Apparently it works the same way your special power does.
Wait, this thing works the exact same way as reading Steiner? Huh. Interesting. So... Oh, that's weird. We're holding something that we make in the future. That's really weird, but...
So this mirror lets other people check world line divergence.
Basically, it gives other people... It allows other people to have something similar to reading Steiner.
I wish. I'm pretty sure only Okabe Rentaro would notice if the number changed.
Huh?
What? Then there's no point. Make something useful for once, Okabe.
How am I supposed to consult future me? Excuse you. I ignore Carice's complaints and look at the meter again. This is something I made. 15 years have passed since I completed it. 11 years will pass before I complete it. It's a strange feeling.
Only the person who made it knows how it works. Wait 11 years. I'm sure they'll have figured it out by then.
Have you met me in the future? She did say I was an infamous terrorist in 2036. For some reason, Suzuha's expression darkens momentarily.
No. Never.
Oh. So, why are you showing me this?
When the meter reads over 1%, you've made it to the beta world line.
Okay, I see. So our goal really is 1% over. If we can just get 1% over, then we've done it. 1%. It seems so small, and yet it seems so far away.
Right. Reach 1% divergence, and you'll save Shina Mayuri.
I stare at the glowing red numbers. They don't budge. Just another 0.6%. It seems so easy. There are 6 digits after the decimal point, and no tens place. What does that mean? Something tells me it won't be as easy as it looks.
You can have it. No point in me carrying around. I hope you'll find a use for it.
Well, maybe we can do something with it. Based on recommendations from the BBS thread, I spend the morning visiting stores in Akiba. My destinations run the gamut from otaku stores packed with anime goods to souvenir shops full of Olympic memorabilia. I even visited a few that specialize in locally manufactured goods. But although I hit just about every kind of store that could be considered niche, I am unable to find anything that resembles Suzuha's pin. Maybe I should go all the way to Ikebukuro or Nakano. I start heading back to the lab, but just then, a street vendor catches my eye. Storekeeper is a foreigner covered in tattoos. The table next to him is covered with accessories and other fashion items. This is the first time I've seen such a stylish street stand in Akiba. Most vendors just sell random junk. It's not like I have anything to lose, so I walk over to check out the selection. Among the various accessories, I see a number of metal pins. What a coincidence. Could you have a pin like Suzuha's? I don't see the Ocean *** A7010 logo on any of the displayed accessories, but I'd better ask just to be sure. He's a foreigner, so maybe I should use English? Our eyes meet. His eyes are as bright and blue as the sky. I quickly look away. Damn, he must be thinking I'm a coward. Better get this over with.
Hey, Master!
Hey, Master! I'm mad scientist! So cool,
So
son of a
cool.
bitch!
Hi, 何ですか?
Can I help you? He smiles a wide-toothy smile, nice teeth, and answers in Japanese. That's a classic. Hey, Master, I am mad scientist. So cool, son of a bitch. I was hoping for more of a reaction. I have a question, if you don't mind.
ちょっと聞きたいことがある。
I take the photocopy of Suzuha's pin out of my pocket.
これに見
Does
覚え
this look familiar? The man stares at it for a while, then shrugs and shakes his head in an exaggerated manner typical of Westerners.
これの出所
I
が
want to
知り
know
た
where
い
it came from. Can you help me find
調べ
out?
ることはできないか
Remember. Sorry, it's a little
ちょっと
difficult.
難しいですね。
What is he saying?
By the way,
By the way,
これはどこ
where'd
で
you
手
get
に入れ
this
たもの
thing?
なんですか?
それを知りたい
That's what I want to know. I'll compensate you.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry. He apologizes in broken Japanese. It looks like this is another dead end. Just in case, I give him my contact information and ask him to get in touch if he finds anything out. Then I turn to leave.
岡部倫太郎
Okabe Rintara. Suzuha. Suzuha's standing a short distance away. She's holding a drink. It's my favorite. Dr. P. No, wait, that's Cole.
Please
Sup? Want a drink?
飲む
I accept the offer and quench my thirst while leaning on the roadside fence. Last time I saw her, Suzuha was on her way to Kanda to continue the search. How long has she been standing there?
成果は
Anything?
なし
Nope.
それより
So, what was with your
さっきの
English back there?
何
Don't ask.
なんかバカっぽか
Kinda
った
dumb. So cool.
この時代だ
Is
と
that standard English in this
ああいう英
era?
語が標準なの
What kind of future language do you use?
そんなわけあるか
Of course not.
そうなんだ
Oh, so it's an Okabe Rintaro original. There's no overseas travel in my time, so I wouldn't know.
You guys can't even travel overseas in the future? What the hell?
海外旅行なんてなかったから
海外旅行
No overseas travel? What, you mean
行った
at
ことが
all?
ない
そう
Pretty much.
旅行なんて
Travel permits are hard to get, and they never issue one for a
旅行許
vacation.
可はめった
I've
に
never seen a
下り
foreigner
なかったし
before coming to this time.
だから
That's...
外国人を見たのはこの
Ugh.
時代に来てから
What? I don't even like travel and that sounds miserable. I'm usually one who likes to stay home, but even I can acknowledge the fact that not being able to travel is... Ugh. So in the future, no one's allowed to leave Japan. Japan was like that a few centuries ago too, when the Tokugawa shogunate closed the country to the west. Sounds like CERN set in international relations back hundreds of years. Perhaps that's why there's no war in Suzuha's time. It's hard for conflicts to emerge when races and cultures can't interact. It sounds kind of like a prison with invisible walls, guarded by CERN and the Committee of 300. I mean, ending wars is obviously a good thing, but... Anyway, there's no point thinking about the distant future now. We need to come up with a new plan. The sunlight beats on my head, making it hard to think. I feel like I'm standing in a sauna. Why does the sun hate me so much? Mood. Shining in the center of the sky like he owns a damn place. Damn it, why can't we find any information on that pin? I suppose there's no skin off my back if we don't find Suzuha's father. As long as Dart fixes the time machine, nothing else matters. So why do I feel so bad about my lack of progress? I really don't know. Maybe I'm just frustrated by my own powerlessness. I can't save my Eri. I can't fix Suzuha's time machine. I can't even help Kurisu with the time leap upgrade. So what am I good for? The only thing I can do is help Suzuha find her father.
もしかして
Maybe this pin is newer than we
近年
think.
中に作ら
I
れ
mean,
た
maybe it hasn't been made yet.
まだできていないとか
Suo stretches, then looks at me with a calm smile.
Maybe I'm not meant to meet him. I mean, we tried everything and still no sign. It's not just in the cards. It's just not in the cards, I guess.
I feel a surge of anger at her words. Here I am, stewing in self-loathing, and she acts like it doesn't matter. How can you give up? We still have one more day.
Why are you getting mad?
Everyone's fighting for you, don't you get it? Me? I want to prioritize Mayuri over everything else. You're still a lab member, a friend. When the friend's in trouble, you want to help them. That's how Mayuri felt, and I agree. That's why I'm searching. So how dare you be the first to give up?
You don't have to yell.
Don't disappoint me like this. I tell myself to calm down. This is just my own feelings of impotence boiling over. There's no time for this.
I'm sorry, but maybe you should think about how I feel.
I realize that we have an audience. Some pedestrians are grinning at us, like they think we're a bickering couple or something. I take a deep breath. You're right. I shouldn't have said that. It's too awkward to make eye contact. So I look around, pretending to think. Alright. What next? I wonder how the lab mems are progressing. Hello? Hey! How's it going?
Hello.
Hello. Assistant, it's me.
Oh, I think you got the wrong number.
What are you saying? It's me, Hugh and Kyoma.
My name is an assistant, and your name isn't Hugh and Kyoma.
Would you prefer to be called Curry Gohan and Kamehameha? I hear rowling from the other side of the phone.
How do you know about that?
Oh, right. Oh, right. I completely forgot. She never told us on this timeline. She told us in the last timeline that we were in. Oops. That was a mistake. Forget about it. Before I time leaps, you made a tearful confession. You said, I'm an Atchiler, a Nico junkie, and a Cam Hor...
No. What do you mean?
And I, of course, reply...
No.
A derogatory term for someone who makes frequent use of the popular video uploading site Nico Nia Doga. You may be an Atchiler, a Nico junkie, and a Cam Horror hostess, but you're still a member of the Slab. And that makes you my assistant, now and forever, so wipe your tears, there's still much...
I'm gonna post your personal info.
Nah. Normally Japan's YouTube. That's basically Japan's YouTube. It's normally called Nico Doga, if you're not familiar with it. I've actually heard that before, that name before. Can't remember where, but I do remember hearing that name before. Interesting.
I'm gonna post your personal info all over that VIP if you don't shut your mouth right this second.
How are things?
Fine, you call it the right time. We need to talk.
Just like that, we're back to a normal conversation. I'll be there.
Okay, I'll be waiting.
I texted Suzuka back to the lab. I kind of forgot that she never... That was kind of something to just suddenly drop on her. Whoops, sorry. Kurisu greets us with a cold stare when we return to the lab.
For your information, I didn't post... I don't post pictures of my chest, okay?
It was just a joke. Let it die.
Curry Gohan and Kamehameha. You're the ones who kept picking fights with me on the internet. Makes sense. I thought you wanted an open discussion. Sure, you were kind of annoying though.
Damn. Why are you laughing at that? Bruh. Are you two still fighting? By the way, it may shock you to learn that I am the poster known as Hewing Hyop. We're not even at the same point in time when you two do this. How... Stop synchronizing. The same reaction again. I only agree when it's at my expense. I clear my throat and change the subject. So, what did you want to talk about? The time leap machine?
I think you probably forgot, so I wanted to make sure just in case. Have you been looking for the lifter? You haven't, have you?
Oh, right, we had to discover what it was at this point in time. I already know. It's the 42-inch CRT downstairs.
Really? What's your proof?
I've been here before, remember?
I see.
Sorry for sticking you with this job.
What? Don't apologize, it's creepy.
What, you want me to be an asshole? I know you're not a fan of time travel research, but here you are building a time machine. I was just worried that maybe you were feeling conflicted.
How rude.
Kurisu scowls.
I'm sure I've said this before, but I've always accepted time travel as a theory. I just don't trust people who claim it can be done despite how unrealistic it is.
She sighs and looks me over from head to toe.
Besides, I can hardly deny it with Evan staring me in the face.
Though I still don't like the idea of being called the mother of the time machine. Suzuha shrugs at this.
Anyway, if you're apologizing, then that must mean you helped out the first time.
The first time?
Before you started time leaping, you helped me build this machine, didn't you?
Yeah, Dara and I helped.
Don't worry about it. I won't want you to have to do it all over again. And right now, it's more important to repair Amane-san's time machine and search for her father. Sorry. Don't you apologize now. It's weird. Well, back to work. I should be able to get a lot done now that I know about the lifter.
Kurisu waves and vanishes into the development room. Better not disturb her. Time limit is approaching. What else can I do? It's early evening, but the roof of Radicon is still hotter than hell. When I provide Dara with the refreshing gift to Dr. P, a frown appears on his sweaty face. You're supposed to give me a nice cold 0 calories cola. Common sense, man. I forget to use a cola guy. No sense letting it go to waste. I drink the Dr. P myself. Dara and Suzuha start discussing the time machine. Mayuri and I watch from a short distance away.
Hey, Karin, isn't it amazing that the satellite was a time machine?
Yeah, I guess so. I thought that Tider's time machine was a car. A 1970s Chevy. It never even occurred to me to suspect the satellite. Yeah! I should have known better than to take anything for granted. In retrospect, the satellite was suspicious from the start. Not only had it appeared out of nowhere, but Tider only started posting afterwards. I'm disappointed in myself for not realizing the connection.
And that's Suzuha with her in the crash.
I doubt it was anything like a crash. It probably just appeared there, displacing the wall, which then collapsed around it. After all, the time machine isn't self-propelled. It doesn't fly.
I heard it's really hard to drive.
I guess she heard that from Suzuha.
If the gravitational whatchamacallit coordinates are just a teensy bit off, the whole time machine becomes a jelly man and goes ploop. And she even said that her time machine's unstable since it's not a CERN model. I'd worry about her trip to 1975.
You know, that's fair, honestly.
You think I should go with her? I wonder if I fit.
What would you do in 1975?
I cheered Suzu-san on, of course. I'd hold her hand super tight and tell her everything's gonna be okay.
Someone tells me that won't be much help.
Hey, Ocarine, do you think the time machine has a name?
Name? That's the least of what I want to know about the time machine. Time permitting, I'd like to spend a whole day picking Suzuha's brain. Pretty sure John Tider's time machine had a model number. The John Tider from 2000 might not have been Suzuha. There was no John Tider in 2000 on this world line after all. Although, I suppose it's possible that Suzuha will drop by 2000 after traveling to 1975. If you want to know, just ask Tider.
Oh yeah, Mayushi didn't think of that.
Mayuri giggles then runs off to talk to Suzuha. She comes back quickly.
Yep, has a name.
What is it?
FG204 something something, she said.
Something something?
Anyway, don't you think Daraku and Suzu-san are a good match?
Huh? Mayuri's jumping all over the place today. Mayuri? I look at Daru and Suzuha again. How do you figure? Daru's all about Ferris, you know.
Oh, really?
She tilts her head to the side. Good grief. Mayuri and I aren't of any use. I would prefer to leave Daru and Suzuha to it and resume research for Suzuha's father, but Mayuri seems happy just sitting here. We don't have any leads on the pin or its owner. Maybe 2 days just aren't enough. No, that's quitter's talk. Like I told Suzuha, I don't want to give up. Besides, even if we don't get the information we need this time, I can use the time leak machine to repeat these 2 days until we do. Oh yeah, Mayuri. What happened to your costumes? There's only a few more days until Kamima. I remember Mayuri pulling all-nighters to get her costume done. Has that changed?
I made 2 costumes. One for Kaei-chan and one for Fubuki-chan.
Weren't you making a third one for Lukako?
Yeah, I was, but I couldn't convince her, so I gave up this time. Hey, can Mayushi take a closer look at the time machine?
Just don't get in their way.
Okie dokie.
Mayuri beams happily, then runs over to the time machine. She's acting like this is a field trip. Behind her, the sun glows dark and orange on the horizon. It's quite a view from up here. After a few minutes watching the sunset in silence, I realize that Suzuha is standing beside me. She must have come over as Mayuri left. Her shadows are long and murky. Hi!
Ashida Itaru's amazing. He said if things go well, he could have the time machine fixed by tomorrow.
He's a man who gets things done.
And he looks so unhealthy and slow.
Don't judge a book by its cover.
Yeah, I have a better impression of him now. Hey. There's something I want to say, and I feel like I'll never get another chance.
Why so melodramatic?
I'm really grateful to you all. All of you. When I came this time, I didn't know anyone. I was all alone in a world completely different from my own. This era is so peaceful. That's a wonderful thing, but it scared me. All I knew was the fight against CERN. But now I have friends. Real friends who I can share my secrets with. All these people who lived before I was born are working so hard for my sake. It's a strange feeling, but a happy one too. I want you to know that.
Suzuha's tone is wistful. Why? I try to speak, but she continues before I can.
Living with you guys in this time, it's been really fun. When I met you, you were all so strange and unique and over the top. I was kind of shocked at first, actually. But before I knew it, I started enjoying spending time with you. 2036 is peaceful too. People don't even fight anymore. Did you know that?
How could I? I'm not even alive in 2036, remember?
Oh, right. Sorry. Anyway, people don't fight, ever, about anything. All forms of conflict, war included, have vanished. Poof, without a trace. Instead, everyone has dead eyes, like fish. No one has ambition. Nobody dreams. They just trudge through their lives without a single complaint. Oh sure, people smile, but they never get angry or sad. There's no individuality. Everyone's a robot. You got really mad at me before, remember? I was really surprised, but at the same time, I was really happy.
You're a strange girl.
I guess so.
Suzuha looks at the time machine. Daru and Mayuri are standing next to it, talking cheerfully about something or other.
You're also bright and full of life. I envy you. Shina Mayuri, Hashida Itaru, even Makise Kurisu, and of course, you.
Don't be ridiculous. There's nothing enviable about me. I'm worthless. I can't even save Mayuri.
I want to be more like you.
If you ask me, you're the amazing one.
I'm happy to hear you say that. It's thanks to all of you that I'm still going strong. Being a lab mem, even just for a little while, was great. She smiles then. A soft, sad smile that tears at my heart. What does it mean? Being with you guys, even for just a little while, was great.
Suzuha?
Change the future, Okabe Rintaro. Make it a world like this one, where people can be free.
Hey, come on. Why are you being so sentimental? Does she not want to go to 1975? But I mean, she's got a time machine, so can't she just come back afterwards? Even as I think it, I realize how wrong I am. Of course. When Suzuha completes her mission and brings us the IBM 5100, the world line will change. The future will be rewritten, and the 2036 she knows will cease to exist. To hear her describe it, the future is an awful place. But even so, it was her home. She has friends there, I'm sure, comrades in arms, and memories of her father, Beryl Tider. All of that will be lost to her forever. No wonder she's getting sentimental. After we fix the time machine, let's have a party.
Thanks.
And yet, she's still smiling that sorrowful smile. It's gonna happen again, isn't it? The party is gonna be where it happens all over again. Afterwards, I hit the streets again in search of the pen. But the day ended without a single lead, so I reluctantly returned to the lab and tried searching the internet. A couple of hours later, and still no luck. So far, I've accomplished absolutely nothing. My frustration is mounting. What chapter is this? I believe it's chapter 6. I can take a look real quick. Yeah, we're in chapter 6 right now. I can time leap again, but will that really help us find Suzuha's father? Call? An unfamiliar number. Who is it? It's me.
Hi, Mr. Okabe Rintaro.
Oh, hey, it's this guy. The voice is heavily accented. I can barely make it out. Who is this guy? CERN! I jump to my feet and scan the room, then run to the window and check the road below. No suspicious figures in sight. Kurisu comes out of the development and gives me a questioning look, but I waver back inside. What is that? I gulp and carefully choose my words. Identify yourself.
You, one more afternoon, came to our factory, make inquiry, and told me your telephone number, you know.
What are you saying? No. Wait. I've heard this broken Japanese before. The strange Japanese filters through my brain, connecting synapses. That's right, it's that foreign street vendor I met this afternoon in Akiba. Identified. Nice to meet you! Oh, you're welcome! I do custom work. Yesterday night, a guest came here, I remember. That guest was pleased make pin badge same one you had. I don't quite get what he's saying, but he seems really excited about it. I'll head there right now. I go to the same spot as before. Although his stand has already closed, the Westerner is waiting for me.
Oh,
Okabe! Hello! Where did that guest of yours go?
Client come here was yesterday time.
The blue-eyed white man shrugs his shoulders. So it was yesterday. He contacted me because he remembered. What's his contact info? His name and address.
Poison. Yes, just for stimulation. Private information have nothing.
Nothing.
So last night, someone came by wanting to make metal pins with the same design as Suzuha's. But he died of poisoning? Or the guest was just a simulation, so there's no private information? I'm not following.
Japanese
very studious in avoiding private information. Become nervous and serious, yes?
That doesn't help.
If guests have gave name or telephone number, no leak. That is business.
No leak.
Fatigue suddenly weighs down my shoulders. I don't understand a word he's saying anymore. My head is full of question marks. In hindsight, I should have brought Kurisu to speak English for me. Guess I'll just have to wing it. What'd your customer look like? Man or woman?
Well,
So young or so middle.
so young.
Japanese have young face, so just by look no understand.
特徴は
Anything else?
特徴
Maybe
柔道
maybe just maybe a judo fighter or pro wrestler.
なんだ
What? Judo? Pro wrestler? What do you mean by that?
Yes!
Yes! That wasn't a yes or no question. What the hell do you mean?
Balloon!
Balloon! What's balloon?
だよ
Balloon? Judo? Pro wrestling?
Good!
Good! Why do I feel like I'm turning into freaking, what's his name? Beetle from Legend of Zelda. Thank you! No, not good. Are you trying to confuse me? I want to ask more questions, but the foreigner suddenly sees a policeman walking by and runs off. I consider chasing him, but decide against it to avoid police attention. I give up. The search has hit a dead end, and we barely have any time left to find Beryl Tighter. I cannot time leap again starting at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Looks like all I can do is wait until Christina's done working, and then leap to the time this suspicious character appears at the stand. Alright, Kurisu carefully connects the two cords she's holding. Done. The time leap machine is complete. It's 2:30 p.m. on the 13th, about 20 minutes later than before. Kurisu walks into the lounge with a satisfied look on her face. It's just her, me, and Suzuha in the lab. I had Dara and Mayuri head to Radicon, ostensibly to work on the time machine.
タイムリープマシーンか。
Can you say some meta about the ending's work or no? As long as it's not like something, well, as long as it's nothing too spoilery, then I guess sure, why not? So that's the time leap machine.
So that's the time leap machine.
Suzuha gazes at the now complete time machine and all. I already explained to her how time leaping works. It's as different as can be from Suzuha's time machine, which can physically displace actual bodies.
未来の記憶を思い出させる
It makes you remember the future, right? That's pretty interesting.
Suzuha crosses her hands behind her head and looks up to the ceiling.
空想とか
Intuition,
もしかして
sixth
っていう
sense,
推測とか
deja vu.
そういうのってさ
I wonder if those things are actually you recalling the future.
未来の記憶を思い出してるのかもしれないかもって
In this chapter, you have a choice, span of choice. You either get an ending or you will continue the story. Gotcha. That actually is kind of important, and I guess that is quite nice to hear. Here. There are multiple endings, obviously, but this is the first chapter we get a choice. Gotcha. Yeah, that's fine to say, I think. I mean, I'm going to be trying to get all the endings anyways. It's just a matter of when and I get them, so... Oh. Yeah, I have no problem with hearing about that.
I wonder if those things are actually you recalling future memories.
2036
So, some of Sir's researchers in my time came up with the theory that memories are a way of sharing information across world lines.
それと似たような
Maybe it's similar to that. I just wish we knew more about Okabe's reading Steiner thing. Is it unique to Okabe, or does everyone have the potential for it and Okabe is just stronger by coincidence?
一つ
One thing's for certain, my consciousness leaps to the past along with my memories.
意識
I still don't understand why that is. It would make more sense if you experienced a change in the present, like you do when we send a D-mail. Does your consciousness depend on your memories?
意識って
The problem is that consciousness doesn't have a form that we can see.
ないのがや魂もね
Same goes for the soul. Those things are still in the realm of religion.
2036
Even in 2036, the existence of the soul hasn't been proven, and nobody's proven what forms consciousness either.
意識を証明した人はい
I see. That's a little disappointing.
意識が過去へ飛んだ
Sending my consciousness back has let me change some future events with more precision than D-mail, but other events are locked in by conversions.
同時に
I can change the method of Mayuri's death, but never the fact that she dies. Again, D-mail's probably going to be the... I see. D-mail's probably going to be the only way we can actually change Mayuri's death.
違うよ
It's not how it works.
未来は確
The
定して
future
る
is always determined.
ならば
Then why does the
家
path
庭
there
が変化した
change?
のはなぜだ
Because the world lines change. When you leap into the past and take different actions from before, divergence changes, if only a little bit. In most cases, the fluctuation won't amount to more than 0.000001% on the divergence meter. Small changes might not register at all. When you change the cause, the effect merely shifts to a separate, already existing world line. Since those two world lines are almost exactly the same, you barely feel any difference. So is that why reading Steiner didn't react? It's not like the previous world line disappears. It keeps existing as another possible world line.
So what I'm hearing is all those world lines where Mayuri's dead have kept going. Great. Don't want to think about that.
That's the many worlds interpretation, right? In any case, they're not parallel worlds.
So, is the future reconstructed?
I guess you could say that.
I'm confused again. Maybe it's impossible for me to fully understand the structure of the universe. Anyway, that's enough discussion. It's time for me to leap again. Explain the situation to Karisu and have her activate the time leap machine immediately. Here we go. Going back again! Sweet! Alright, we're back. This is night of the 11th. I went back about 40 hours. My objective is to keep watch on the street vendor stand in the hope that Suzuha's father might appear. I sent Suzuha elsewhere. I didn't want her to be disappointed if I come up empty-handed. I'm standing out of sight a short distance away from the stand, munching on energy bars and soy milk to appease my growling stomach. I've already been here for 2 hours. I forgot to ask for the exact time the suspicious character appeared, so I had to begin my stakeout before sunset. Now it's 8 p.m. and the stand looks like it's about to close. This is another waste of time? Did that foreigner give me false information? Just as I'm finishing my milk, someone approaches the stand. Is that? I jump out of cover. Daru! What are you doing here? Okari? Daru? Daru jumps in surprise. What are you doing? I'm the one who's really shocked here. Daru!
What?
What are you doing? I was gonna ask the same question. The storekeeper is looking at us funny, so we decided to change locations. Daru? Alright, Daru, what were you doing at the street stand? Don't tell me you were trying to counterfeit duplicates of Tiger's pin. Fine, I won't tell you then. Daru, were you actually... Daru. So that's what happened. Daru was the suspicious character the foreigner told me about. So all that stuff about judo, pro wrestling, and balloons was referring to Daru's size. Thanks, Daru. Could it have been any more confusing? Damn it, it was all for nothing. Good thing I didn't bring Suzuha along. So, why are you trying to make counterfeit versions of the pen? I wasn't trying to counterfeit it. Close enough. Well, I mean, it meant it as a backup plan, I guess. Amanishi's gonna be sad if we don't find her old man, right? So, if that happens, I'll show her the badges I made and we'll lie that her dad was here. So you're giving her false hope. You don't have to put it like that. Remember, there are good lies and bad lies. Bad lies hurt people. Good lies save them. What eroge did you get that from? Kuladon. It's not eroge. It's a visual novel that teaches you the meaning of life, so shut up. Daru. So, should I call off Operation Fake Tiger? Yeah. Yeah, I think you should. Do you really think that will make Suzuha happy? Daru's expression suddenly turned sad. Amanishi told me not to tell anyone, but I guess I'd better tell you. He's got a big mouth as usual. Still, he seems dead serious, so I better hear him out. I heard this from Amanishi when we were discussing the repairs. Her time machine can only leap to the past. I see. So that's why she was so sad about her whole that like she can't.
Nani?
What? If she does what she's trying to do, then it's over. Like if she does what she's trying to do, then she's kind of stuck. At first, I don't understand what he means. Nonsense. Tiger's time machine should travel both ways.
Did
you actually see it? Well, no. Besides, when you say Tiger, you mean the one who appeared in 2000, don't you? I don't know anything about that Tiger. That's right. The Tiger I know and Suzuha aren't necessarily the same person. Although their time machines are similar, there are significant differences. For example, one looks like a Chevy and the other looks like a satellite. So, wait. Once she leaves, she can't come back. You're saying that if she goes to 1975, she can't return to 2010? Not without living 35 years in real time. Is he serious? Does that mean Suzuha's time machine can never return to 2036? So she's already doomed herself by coming here. Didn't I just say that? Damn. Then it's defective. Right. She said the time machine was incomplete. Incomplete! According to Manishi, her old man built it in secret by reverse engineering certain technology. But CERN killed him before he could complete it. Manishi insists that it's fine as long as she can leap to the past, but... Are you sure about this? She said so herself. I don't think she was lying. She'd have no reason to lie about that. So, if she doesn't meet her old man before the time machine is repaired, she'll never meet him at all. She might never get another chance, so that's why she's so sad. If she can't meet her dad now, she never will meet her dad. So that's why he was trying to make a copy of that pin, as evidence that Suzuha's father was here. Damn. But making a fake version of her father's pin isn't going to solve anything. A lie is a lie. But if we don't get caught... I waved Daru silent and massaged my temples. What do you think? What difference does it make? True, Suzuha might be sad about missing her father, but that's none of my business. My top priority is Mayuri's safety. That's right. I mustn't let my emotions control me. I need to be more rational, more logical. There's a Japanese proverb. He who pursues two hares will catch neither. However... that sad smile on Suzuha's face. Now I understand what it meant. I feel something tighten deep within my chest. There's not really anything we can do about that, though. The next day, as night falls, I summon all lab members except Kurisu to Radikan, spoiling Han on the rooftop, even in the evening. When I provide Daru with a refreshing gift of cola, his sweaty face lightens up. Wow, Green, nice cold zero-calorie cola. How thoughtful of you. Daru happily takes the cola and chugs it straight from the bottle. Afterwards, Daru and Suzuha start discussing the time machine. Mayuri and I watch a short distance away. This all feels very familiar.
Hey, Green, isn't it amazing that Sally was a time machine?
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm glad Suzu-san wasn't hurt in the crash. I heard it's really hard to drive. If the gravitational launch Macala coordinates are just a teensy bit off, the whole time machine becomes a jelly man and goes poop. And she even said her time machine's unstable, since it's not a CERN model. I'm worried about our trip to 1975. You think I should go with her? I'm wondering if I fit.
What would you do in 1975?
I cheered Suzu-san on, of course. I'd hold her hand super tight and tell her everything's gonna be okay. Hey, Green, do you think Time Machine has a name?
If you want to know, just ask Tyler.
Oh yeah, Manishi didn't think of that.
Returns.
It has a name. FG204 or something something, she said. Anyway, don't you think Daru and Suzu-san are a good match?
I look at Daru and Suzuha again.
ダルはそもそも
Daru's all about
ペイ
Ferris.
リスモア
Oh, really?
She tilts her head to the side. This is all going exactly the same as before.
Hey, can Mayushi take a closer look at the time machine?
I nod and Mayuri runs over to the time machine again. Whee! Behind her, the sun glows dark and orange on the horizon. As Mayuri leaves, Suzuha comes over to the stand beside me. Our shadows are long and murky in the fading light.
Hashida Itaru's amazing. He said if things go well, he could have the time machine fixed by tomorrow.
Hmm.
And he looks so unhealthy and slow.
A refreshing breeze blows by. It was quite hot a few minutes ago, but the temperature's finally starting to drop.
Hey. There's something I want to say, and I feel like I never get another chance. Are you listening?
After a moment's hesitation, I give a little nod.
I'm really grateful to all of you. When I came to this time, I didn't know anyone. I was all alone in a world completely different from my own. This era is so peaceful. That's a wonderful thing. But it scared me. All I knew was to fight against CERN. But now I have friends. Real friends who I can share my secrets with. All these people who lived before I was born are working so hard for my sake. It's a strange feeling, but a happy one too. I wanted you to know that.
I've heard those words before. Just like last time, her tone was wistful. Your time machine can only leap to the past. The truth I heard from Daru plays in my head like in an endless refrain.
Living with you guys in this time, it's been really fun.
So we're gonna have to let her just be alone. All over again, she's gonna have to be alone.
When I met you, you were all so strange and unique and over the top. I was kind of shocked at first, actually. Before I knew it, I started to enjoy spending time with you. 2036 is peaceful, too. People don't even fight anymore, did you know that?
I shake my head.
Anyway, people don't fight, ever, about anything. All forms of conflicts, war included, have vanished. Poof, without a trace. Instead, everyone has dead eyes. Like fish. No one has ambition. Nobody dreams. They just trudge through their lives without a single complaint. Oh sure, people smile, but they never get angry or sad. There's no individuality. Everyone's a robot. You got really mad at me before, remember? I was really surprised, but at the same time, I was really happy.
Suzuha looks at the time machine. Daru and Mayuri are standing next to it, talking cheerfully about something or other.
You're all so bright and full of life. I envy you. Shina Mayuri, Hashida Itaru, even Makise Kurisu. And of course, you. I want to be more like you. It's thanks to all of you that I'm still going strong. Being a lab mem, even just for a little while, was great.
She smiles then. A soft, sad smile that tears at my heart. This time, I know what that smile means.
Being with you guys, even for just a little while, was great.
Suzuha obviously knew from the beginning that if she traveled back to 1975, she could never return.
Change the future, Okabe Rintaro. Make it a world like this one, where people can be free.
The first time I heard her speak these words, I thought she was sentimental because she couldn't return to her original 2036. I was wrong. Forget about 2036. She can't even return here. 2010. Not without living 35 years. She'll be 54 when 2010 comes around. The present us and the present Suzuha can never meet again. Suzuha chose this mission. To change the future, to save Mayuri. Unless Suzuha travels to 1975, Mayuri will die. But then, what about Suzuha herself? When she leaves for 1975, she'll have to sacrifice everything she has here. How does she feel about that? Do you... Do you regret spending time with us? What do you mean? Do you regret making new friends here? New memories? Do you wish you just kept your distance? You've already abandoned one life. Now you have to abandon another. In a sense, it's like you're killing yourself. Did Ashida Itaru tell you? Suzuha frowns. He's worried about you. Jeez, I told him not to tell anybody. Well, how do you feel about going to 1975? It doesn't matter how I feel. Suzuha's expression suddenly hardens. I have to go. It's the path I chose, and it's what my dad wanted. What if we ask you to stay? I'll go anyway. One of those guys on @channel asked what right I have to change the future and decide the fate of the human race. Got a point. Can I do something? But still, I don't want the future to turn out like that. I want the people in my time to be free like you. Free to laugh and play, fight and argue, get sad and cry. If I change the future, then no one will die. Not you, not Shina Mayuri, and not my dad. Maybe I don't have the right, but I'm going anyway. Even if you can never return? Oh, come on. 70s aren't a bad time, you know? I'll find friends there just like you guys and we'll have a blast. Just like that, Suzuha's back to her usual self. But despite her cheerful smile, I'm certain that her resolve was forged from fear and doubt, the likes of which few can imagine. I was a fool to think that my words could sway her. Beneath the clear blue sky, the time machine comes to life. Star's repairs are complete. Mayuri and I helped drain the last of the water out of the cockpit. The machine is still stuck in Raikon's wall, but that's a small matter. Daru gazes at the time machine with a satisfied expression. Mayuri is jumping for joy, and Kurisu, who ran over as soon as she completed the time leak machine, is visibly relieved. Meanwhile, Suzuha is struggling to attach her mountain bike to the time machine's exterior. She likes it so much she wants to bring it with her to 1975. Kurisu was worried that it might cause a time paradox. My heart is still heavy. Yeah. Should I let Suzuha leave like this? I chide myself for the thought. It's not my choice to make. Suzuha isn't from this time. If she doesn't want to stay, then I have no reason to keep her from leaving. Suzuha finishes securing her bicycle and turns to us with a soft smile. It's not the painful, forced smile I saw yesterday. We don't perform a startup test. Activating the time machine would draw too much attention. So, we're just gonna wing it. Fortunately, we have the time leap machine for insurance. My only regret is that we couldn't find her father. Thanks, guys. Really. I can't thank you enough. Don't forget about us.
If you want to thank me, then let's make out.
Control yourself, perv. Blamems pat Suzuha on the shoulders and offer words of encouragement, each in his or her own way. Oh, right. Take this. Suzuha offers me her father's pen. In the end, we couldn't decipher the inscription. This is for you, Okabe Rentaro. Keep it in the lab, will you? Somewhere out of sight this time is fine. Suzuha. Is she regretting her decision to leave? Is this pen meant to be proof that Amane Suzuha was here, with us in this time?
About the pin.
Daru hesitates for a moment and steps forward. Why don't we make duplicates for all the lab mems? Make it our symbol, I guess.
Oh, that's a great idea. Unusually thoughtful of you. I don't know what to say.
You already took a picture of it, so keep your pen, Manechi. It belonged to your dad, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Stay silent. There's nothing I can say. I could stop Suzuha from leaving if I tried. But unless she goes, I can't save Mayuri.
Okay, everyone. Mayushi has an important announcement to make.
Mayuri suddenly raises her hands and calls for attention. As usual, she completely fails to sense the gravity of the situation. I suppose it's our fault for not telling her the truth about Suzuha's time machine. In any case, she has my attention. What could her announcement be? Could Mayuri have found out that she's fated to die? I quickly glance at Kurisu, but she seems just as confused as I am. Then what is it?
Actually, Mayushi found Suzu-san's dad.
What do you mean? Huh? What? Really? Mayuri puffs out her chest proudly.
What I mean? Well, you do, don't you? Well, he's here with us today.
Where? Everyone, including me, starts looking around. Mayuri has us hook, line, and sinker. I scan the empty event hall, but there's no one else here. Where could he be?
Let me introduce you. Suzu-san's dad is...
Mayuri.
Is that a drum roll?
Suzu-san's dad is...
Mayuri flashes to a grin.
Daru-kun!
What are you talking about? She thrusts her finger at Daru. Our mouths drop. After awkward silence comes awkward laughter. Thank you, Mayuri. That joke's not even logical. It's impossible for this perv to get married in the first place. Damn. Hey, that kinda hurts. I know it's true, but you really gotta do that. Come on.
Yeah.
Poor Daru. I completely agree with Christina. Daru's fated to become a wizard when he... Nah. Daru. Daru's fated to become a wizard when he turned 30. Could be nicer about it, guys. But it's the truth, so I can't object. My man is sinking into the ground. Daru falls to his hands and knees, devastated. As for Suzuha herself, she clearly doesn't know how to react. Mayuri, why are you doing this?
You know, my dad wasn't fat.
Damn! Even you gotta do it to him! What the hell?
Jeez, you're also mean to Daru-kun.
Mayushi's the only one to stand up for me. You're an angel, Mayushi. Do you love me?
Nope.
Damn. This is just the hurt Daru section. My man's about to fall to his hands and knees. Yep, there he goes. Harsh.
Mayushi's 100,000,000% sure that Daru-kun is Suzuha's dad.
What's your proof? Okay, where's the proof?
I'm thinking about the letters on Suzu-san's pin. After staring at it really hard, I noticed the 7 and 710 looked a little weird. It's not 7, it's a 2. The line fell off the bottom.
Wait, you're being serious? You're being serious, aren't you? Wait.
Really?
Oh. Wait. You're right. It does look like it could be a 2010. What? Wait, what?
It's so small, I can't tell. It's easy to see on the picture we took. 2010. But that's this year.
だったら
Then what do the
最
letters
初
mean?
のアルファベットは何を意味するんだ
OSHM star 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 A. Oshima? That's what's inscribed on the pin.
簡単
That's
だよ
easy.
岡部
Wakabe, Shina, Hashi.
橋田牧瀬でもってあまね
Oh my gosh, you're right. Oh my gosh, you're actually right. And that's for the other lab mem the stars are supposed to be the other lab mems. Moeka, Lukako, and it's Susuha. Wait, no, who's 7 then? Wait. What? What? It was right in front of us all along. We just didn't know where to look. You're dead serious. It's our initials.
2010
So I was thinking, why 2010? And then I remembered the year of the lab mems.
The year of the lab mems.
The Future Gadget Laboratory is found this year.
そういうことか
Oh, that's what it is.
でね
And you know, Suzu-san has lots of stories about future Okuri and future Christian, but not a single story about Daru-kun, right?
クリスチャンの話は出てくるけど
Oh my gosh, you're actually
ダル
right.
君の話はちっとも出てこなかったでしょ
Is Daru actually? You're right, that... What the... There weren't any about Mayushi either. Daru's observation startles me. It's an obvious thing to wonder about, but it strikes too close to home.
Well, Ayushi's a lab man, but I can't make time machines. And I don't like buying... of course I'm not famous.
争い事も好きじゃないから
No, the reason there aren't any stories about Mayuri is because she dies in a few hours. Only Kurisu, Suzuha, and I know that, and we say nothing.
でもね
But Daru-kun's a super hack, and Okurin's right arm. And he even helped Okurin make film with Chan. I thought it was strange that Suzu-san didn't know him.
オカリンとダル君の2人で作ったんだから
So you're saying he used a different name?
名前を偽っている
It makes sense, though. That all makes a lot of sense.
すずさんがいた
Barrel-san helped Okurin find the resistance, found the resistance, right?
とバレて
And he was in Akiba in
2010
2010.
年の秋葉にいた人で
Mayuri, how the hell did you figure this out?
タイムマシーンを
And he was able to build his own time machine.
できる人でオカリンの
And he knew about Okurin's reading spaghetti.
Reading Steiner.
それについて
You know about it.
ね
Doesn't that
ダ
fit
ル君
Daru-kun
ならぴった
perfectly?
りでしょ
Too perfectly. What you...
確かに
She's right.
それにね
Do you remember the day Suzu-san went to meet your father?
It was at the same place that Daru was going to. It was the time machine convention thing. Oh my goodness.
タイムマシ
She
ン
thought he would be at the time machine offline
お
meet.
父さんに会えると思ったんだよ
We know that because we tailed her.
ちなみに
Daru-kun was supposed to be there too, right?
そのオフ会に行こうとしてたでしょ
That meet was seriously important to the history of Japanese sci-fi. At least I got to sneak in while tailing Amaneshi. I don't remember that. It must have happened because of the email I sent. This is the curse of reading Steiner. Although I keep my memories from the previous world lines, I don't acquire memories of events on the new one.
父さんから
Dad told me that meet when I was about that meet when I was little. I don't remember what he said exactly, but I thought I might be able to meet him here.
So, if I'd been at the meet, everything would have been okay?
I don't know. I don't think I'd have picked you as my dad.
橋田至を父さんだと
Still,
認識でき
the
なかっ
evidence
た
keeps
から
piling up.
あとね
And then there's the time machine name, FG204 something something, what was it? FG204 second edition for... That's exactly how Daru names things. How... what? How did you figure this out, Mayuri? The naming sense, it's gotta be Daru. And FG probably stands for Future Gadget. Oh my gosh, she's right. So Suzuha's time machine is Future Gadget number 204. Finally, his name, Barrel Tire, has to be Daru-kun. Come to think of it, last night, Mayuri asked how to say barrel in Japanese. Barrel Taru in Japanese, right, Christian? Oh my goodness. It has to be then. There's... that was a bit lost in translation, but yeah. Kurisu nods.
Mm-hmm.
Taru.
Daru.
Daru?
Daru!
It's a pun? Okay, Suzu-san, say Hashira Taru 10 times fast. Why? Just say it and find out. Daru. Daru. I keep hearing Daru. Just now, didn't it seem like it died her? It did. Oh my gosh. How did you figure this out? For reals? Meanwhile, Daru's probably going through like an existential crisis, realizing he's talking to his freaking daughter. For super heels. Well, Suzuha, you got your wish. You got to see your father. I can't believe it. But with all this evidence laid out in front of me, I can't deny it either. Everyone's jaw drops again. Only this time, we're staring at Daru and Suzuha. I think she looks just like her father. That could just be the placebo effect. But now you mention it, they kind of do look alike. What in the... Placebo is something that seems like medicine but has no medicinal effect. When taken by a patient who believes it to be medicine, it gives them psychological stability. Despite placebos having no medicinal effect, there are cases where patients' conditions improve. Nice work, Mayuri! You'll make a great detective one day! A detective? That's the first time anyone said that. We first just gotta figure out how to not stop you from dying, then you can be the great detective. She's such a ditz most of the time, but maybe she's more perceptive than anyone knows. Just gotta figure out how to stop her from dying, and then she can be her detective. My daughter? Amaneshi is my daughter? Yeah, I'm about to say, I feel like Daru's reality is shattering in front of him right now. He's just talking to his daughter. Daru, wide-eyed, points at Suzuha while flapping his lips like a fish out of water. I can't blame him. Bro even thought he would never have a chance. Dad. Could you call me Papa instead? For once in your life, don't be a perv. I was about to say, now's not the time, man. Dad. Suzuha tries to hold back her tears, but can't. They fall from her eyes and roll down her cheeks.
Aww. Seeing this, Daru stops his joking and lets Suzuha speak.
私
I came, Dad.
来たよ
I came to see you. In the
父さん
time
に
machine
会
you
うため
built.
に
Yeah.
父さんのやろうとしていたこと
I'm going to finish what you started.
私が
I promise.
Yeah.
だから
Watch over me.
見
Okay?
てほしい
見てるよ
I'm watching. Of course I am.
見てるよ
Suzuha walks up to Daru and hugs him gently. Daru awkwardly but firmly hugs her back. Father and daughter, reunited across time. I'm truly glad we could bring them together.
ちなみに
By the way,
君の
what's
母
your
さん
medic
は
cue?
可愛かった
Requisite.
ロリ顔で背が
Daru,
小さくて
now's
だ
not
け
the
ど
time.
That's a
それは
secret.
内緒にしとく
Gosh dang it, Daru. But I guess I can't. I guess I can't exactly blame him for being curious who he would even be married to, I guess. I guess that's fair enough. When Suzuha finally steps away from Daru, she's smiling once again.
さてと
Well, that takes care of everything I
こ
wanted
れ
to
で
do
こ
on
の
this
世
world
界
line.
線への未練はそろそろ
Guess I should be going.
行くよ
待て
Wait, you're going already? Don't you have more to say to your father?
父親と
What am I
積
doing?
もる話があったりしないのか
Suzuha's mindset. I know that nothing I can say will convince her to stay. It's madness to even try. If she stays, Mayuri dies. I know that. So, why am I trying to stop her?
私は大丈
No,
夫
I'm fine now.
きっと
I'm going to get an IBM 5100. Just like I promised.
手に入れてみせるから
She looks at us with the face of a warrior.
未来を変えるのは
I'll bring it to you here in
君た
Akihabara.
ちにかかってる
That's my duty. And I'll see it through.
私は
The rest is up to
荷
you.
物をこの秋葉原にぜお願い
Change the future.
未来を
Please.
変えてほしい
Nobody speaks. Nobody nods. We don't have the words. But she sees it in our faces. Resolve. Suzuha has entrusted us with her will and her mission. We meet her gaze, each of us, and silently swear to protect them to the end. The future Suzuha came from is not the future we desire. In Suzuha's time, Daru and I fought to change it. This time, we'll make sure it never happens. Mayuri will live. Kurisu will be free. Suzuha will grow up knowing her father. We must change the future, that all these things may come to pass.
それじゃ
Well,
35年
see
後
you
に
in
会おう
35
ね
years. Though, I
君た
guess
ち
it'll
に
only
と
be
っ
a
て
few
は
hours
数
for
時
you
間
guys.
後かそ
Oh,
うそう
I almost forgot. When the time machine gives off terrific ultraviolet rays when it jumps,
紫外線光がす
so
ごいから
make sure not to look at it
直視しない
directly.
方がいいよ
With that final warning, Suzuha boards the time machine. She waves once, and then the hatch closes behind her. It's trippy to think about. 35 years for her. Yeah. 35 years for her, and what will become like 5 minutes for us, basically. Moments later, the machine comes to life. A shrill alarm rings out. There are no other sounds. It makes less noise than I'd expect. People on the street below start shouting and cheering at the Sally Sun activity. They all look up and point. My phone vibrates. I quickly take it out and open it. The mail's from Suzuha. Goodbye. Goodbye. When I failed to stop her on the previous world line, she sent me the exact same message before leaving. This time, the word holds a completely different meaning. I lift my eyes from the message to see the space around the time machine begin to warp. A cocoon of light appears and envelops the fuselage. I squint my eyes against the brilliance. Suzuha. We will never see her again. Not this Suzuha. Yes, we can seek her out in our time. I know that I will make the effort. The next time we meet, an immense gulf of time will have divided us. No matter how hard we wish it were different, she will not be the girl we knew. All of a sudden, Daru takes a step into the light.
Suzuha!
I'm sure we'll meet again. I'll do my best until then. I hate myself for not knowing any other way to say it, but I'll do my best. I'll do my best. I promise. Suzuha, do your best too. His words probably can't reach her anymore. As the light grows more intense, I raise my hand to shield my eyes. Bathed in radiant particles, the cocoon slowly unfurls. It's gone. The next thing I know, Suzuha's time machine has vanished into thin air, leaving a hole the size of a dump truck in Roddy Khan's wall. The air is thick with the smell of ozone. It seems to pulse softly where the machine stood. We stand there for a while, staring silently at the empty spot while the summer breeze blows gently past us, as if the wind were fate itself. Unfortunately, we don't have time to mourn her departure. In about an hour and a half, Moeka's group will attack the lab. Before that happens, we need to acquire the IBM 5100 that Suzuha went to 1975 to obtain. The time machine's sudden disappearance has thrown the area into chaos, which makes it easy for us to slip out unnoticed. See you in 35 years, Suzuha said. 54-year-old Suzuha should be here in Akiba. Before she left, we decided that the time machine's disappearance would be her cue to bring the IBM 5100 to the lab. But when we return to the lab, there's no 54-year-old woman waiting for us. It seems Suzuha hasn't come yet. Phew. No more running. Kurisu gasps for breath while Mayuri calmly munches on a banana. As I check the lab for any signs of Suzuha, a line of red numbers catch my eye. The meter reads 0.337187%. Divergence hasn't changed. It didn't work. Green Steiner didn't activate this time, so I suspected that might be the case. So nothing's changed. Let's think this through. I thought that divergence would change the instant Suzuha attained an IBM 5100 in 1975. But maybe there's something else that needs to happen. Will it change the instant Suzuha hands me the IBM 5100? Or will it change when we use the IBM 5100 to delete my email from CERN's database? At any rate, all we can do now is wait for Suzuha to arrive. Suzuha's 54 by now, right? After catching his breath, Daru speaks.
My daughter's 30 years older than me. I don't know if I want to see that. Feels weird, man.
Yeah? You know, it wouldn't be unusual for her to have grandchildren by that age. Bruh.
You mean I could have great grandkids? I don't know if I'm ready for that, man.
Just be super nice to them. That's what grandpas do.
But the grandma might be younger, or just the same age as them.
Please don't call me grandpa.
A knock on the door interrupts their idle chatter. I don't know if we want to open that door. It must be Suzuha. Everyone looks at me. With a strange mixture of anticipation and anxiety, I slowly open the door. That is not...
Okabe!
Instead of an old woman, we get the wall of muscles. Our disappointment is palpable. Hi there. Oh, it's you.
Hey, have you seen my part-timer?
Oh, yeah, you don't have a worker anymore. She quit. Mr. Braun peeks into the lab.
Your name is Suzuha-san. She went 35 years.
Shut up,
Shut up, Mayuri. Shut up, Mayuri.
Kurisu covers Mayuri's mouth.
You know something? Where'd the girl run off to? She took off the last couple days. She took the last couple days off, and I don't know when she's coming next. She won't even answer her phone.
We don't have time for this, but I can't just order him to leave. Not unless I want another cracked skull. She said she was going back to her hometown. She's probably gone for good.
What? You're sure? That brat. She didn't say a word to me.
The future's changing. Isn't this proof? On my previous sleeps, Mr. Braun never came by the lab. This must be related to Suzuha's trip to 1975. Surely it's a good sign. Now, as long as the attractor field doesn't amend history again... Mr. Braun sighs, then turns to me with a serious expression.
Well, whatever. I got something for you, Okabe.
For me? He hands me an envelope. It's addressed to Okabe Rintaro, but there's no stamp or postmark. The name Hashida Suzu is written on the back. What is this?
It's from the lady who used to own this building. She asked me to give it to you on this day. What do you mean?
Who?
How do you know? How did you know Suzu-san anyway?
Suzu-san? Suzu-san? Of course! The name on the back reads Hashida Suzu. Hashida's our surname. Where's she now?
Huh? She passed away 10 years ago.
Passed away? She said. A wave of dizziness nearly sweeps me off my feet. So she owned this building originally. How old was she?
Mid-40s, I think.
The age fits. Thank you for taking care of this letter, Mr. Braun. Is it from Suzu-san?
Seriously?
Why did he have it? Mr. Braun clearly doesn't understand her reaction, and we're not about to explain. I thank him again, he grumbles a bit and leaves. As soon as he's gone, I break the seal and open the envelope. Inside is a handwritten letter. The characters are slightly messy, as if her hand was shaking as she wrote it. Our eyes transfixed begin to read. Dear Okabe Rintaro, it's me, Amane Suzuha, Hashida Taiter's daughter. It's been a long time. Though for you, I'm sure only a few hours have passed. The day is June 13th, the year 2000. Meaning I'm writing this 10 years before you will read it. I'll get right to the point. I failed. 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 The date is June 14th, the year 2000. About 9 or 10 years before you will read this. I failed. I only remembered who I was 1 year ago today. The day Nostradamus said the King of Terror would come. Stupid, stupid King of Terror. He should have come and burned us all away. For 24 years, I forgot who I was. All I could remember was my name. I finally remembered 1 year ago. The day the King of Terror was supposed to come, but didn't. There's no King of Terror, but I want to die. The repairs were incomplete. The time machine malfunctioned. When I arrived in 1975, I couldn't remember anything. They found me lying in the street like a broken doll and took me to the hospital. Now I've been living on my own for years, but that's Hashida Suzu. A normal person forgot the duty and mission of Amane Suzu I only remembered last year. I failed. I failed. I failed. I failed. I failed. Something went wrong. I don't know what. The repairs were incomplete. But it's not Dad's fault. It's mine. I should have gone straight to 1975. I should have stopped in 2010. But I was selfish and now the future is doomed. There's no IPM 5100. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. For what purpose have I lived to this age? I forget my duty and lived a carefree life instead. Now my life has no meaning at all. It's worthless. 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 I wish I hadn't remembered. I'm glad I finally remembered. I'm glad I had this chance to say sorry. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me. My plan failed. I spent this whole year asking myself why. I finally figured it out. If I hadn't postponed my leap to 1975, this wouldn't have happened. Okabe Rintaro. After the offline meet, you stopped me from going to 1975. I was really happy. But that's where it all went wrong.
I should have left. I shouldn't have waited. That was my last chance. That night, there was a thunderstorm. My time machine was flooded. If you can go back to that day, please, please let me leave. Then I can bring you the IBM 5100. I can fulfill my mission. Please. That's all I want. I promised Dad. This was his dream. I want to change the future. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My life was meaningless. My hands curl, crumpling the paper. I realize that I'm crying. Sua failed. She lost her memory. Her life was meaningless? This can't be happening. Nobody says a word. Their faces like mine are frozen in disbelief. I turn to Daru. He's whiter than a sheet. Daru, didn't you fix the time machine? I did. I thought I did. But I mean, that was my first time repairing a time machine. I might have missed something. Missed something? Whatever you missed cost your daughter 24 years of her life. I didn't do it on purpose. Calm down, both of you. Hashida did everything he could. He doesn't deserve your anger, Okabe. How can you be so calm? That's how I am. Sorry. Now calm down. There's only one way to fix it. We have to let her go. It's not Dar's fault. I know that. It can't end like this. It can't. What was Sua feeling as she wrote this letter? I look again at the words scrawled upon the page, every character resonant with despair. I wanted to welcome her back with a smile. Instead, this. Sua's dead. 10 years gone. Wait, how did she die? Don't tell me. Mr. Braun must know what happened. I run to the window and check the street. Mr. Braun outside, closing the shop.
Mr. Braun!
Mr. Braun!
I run downstairs.
Okabe, cheer. The satellite helped him disappear. Everyone's talking about it. I guess it's already made the news. Please, I need to know. Know what? Hashide Suzu-san, how did she die? Why do you want to know that? He looks at me hard. I meet his stare unflinching. I don't know anything about how she died. I need to know what her last moments were like. I feel that's my duty to know. To engrave her memory into my heart. Look, you've got a reason. Well, what I want to know is how you knew her. She was an old acquaintance. That's all I can say. A very old acquaintance, but I still remember the time I spent with her. So please, tell me. I don't like to talk about it, but alright. Listen good, Okabe. I slowly nod, and then I get my answer. It was suicide. I was scared. The word drops on my heart like an anvil. My knees give out. I collapse to the pavement. Suicide. She hung herself at home. I was the one who found her. My life was meaningless. I recall the last words she wrote in her letter. Words of unimaginable despair. She didn't deserve to so bleak an end. She became unstable about a year before. Or it happened. Before that, she was a nice, cheerful lady. This building was hers. She gave me a place to stay. She had no relatives, you know. Almost no one came to her funeral. It was a sad thing to see. She handed me that letter a week before it happened. Told me to give it to a young man named Okabe Rintaro on this exact date. He moved in upstairs. I thought Suzu-san must have seen the future or something. Enough. I can't take it anymore. I try to stand, but my legs betray me. I stumble. Before I fall, a small body supports my shoulder. Are you okay? Mayuri. Must be taking all her strength to hold me up. Did Mayuri hear how Suzuha died? Her eyes are wet. Her lips are trembling. Still, she's the one supporting me. Mayuri and I bow deeply to Mr. Braun and return to the lab. When we get back, Dara's seated at the computer, head on the table. Krisu's standing in front of the TV, watching an excited reporter talk about Radicon. The disappearance of the satellite is huge news, obviously. The lounge is silent, save for the TV. I look at the table. The divergence meter still reads 0.337187%. It hasn't changed since before Suzuha left. What went wrong? I can't go back 10 years with the time leap machine. I can't do anything about Suzuha's death. Should I have stopped her from leaving after all? Maybe then this tragedy wouldn't have happened. No. What choice did I have? I can't save Mayuri without the IBM 5100. Suzuha had to travel to 1975. I consider my options. What if I redo those 2 days again? Could Daru fix the time machine so this doesn't happen? Is fixing the time machine even possible? Daru's skills are second to none, and the time machine was built by his own hand, 26 years in the future. It seems logical that he would be able to fix it. But look at it another way. It took Daru 26 years to learn enough to build the time machine, and he had to reverse engineer CERNs to do it. Maybe it's unreasonable to expect our Daru to perform flawless repairs in only 2 days. In that case, can I have Daru use the time leap machine and repeat these 2 days until he repairs it? No, he'll just have to start from scratch each time. 2 days just aren't enough. I collapse onto the sofa and bury my face in my hands. Mayuri sits next to me and gently rubs my back. I'm grateful for her kindness. I recall what Suzuha wrote. If you can go back to that day, please let me leave. We have to let her not know. We have to let her escape after not finding her father at the time machine convention. But if we do that... The email I sent. Could that be the cause? On the original world line, Suzuha left to 1975 after failing to meet her father. Unsatisfied with that outcome, I sent a D-mail to convince myself to follow Suzuha and prevent her from leaving. As a result, she remained in 2010 for an additional 4 days. But that night, the time machine was damaged by a thunderstorm. If I hadn't followed Suzuha that day, if I hadn't sent that D-mail to myself, her time machine would not have malfunctioned. She would have arrived safely in 1975. The solution is obvious. I need to cancel that D-mail. But can I really do that? If I change the password that Suzuha leaves, won't that undo the 4 days we spent together? Our frantic search through the streets of Akiba. Her heartfelt confession on the roof of Radicon. I think I see it. I see what's going on here. I see. Yep. Her tearful reunion with her father, Daru. All of it will be undone. What do I do? An urgent bulletin pops up on the TV. I look up in surprise. Bomb threat suspends Yamanote, Sobu, Keihin, Tohoku lines. Damn. Omega's men will be here any minute. There's no time to think. No time to hesitate. I run downstairs, break into the Braun Tube workshop, and turn on the 42-inch CRT. Then I return to the lab and activate the time leap machine. What are you doing, Okabe? Krisu demands answers. I can see the fear in her eyes. I can't just leave it like this. I have to do something. Okabe. But, Occurring, are you sure? Don't try to stop me, Mayuri. Can't let this stand. There are two options. I can cancel the D-mail that convinced me to pursue Suzuha. Sending a contradictory D-mail should do the trick. Or I can time leap again and prevent Suzuha from leaving. Two options. But really, just one. I feel like I wonder if I try and pull up... No, I can't. Do not hesitate, Okabe Rintaro. Is this where it's gonna ask? Hesitation is unforgivable. You already know what you must do. Stop pursuit. Last mail. It's CERN trap. Should be enough to convince me to let Suzuha go. Kurisu, you're good at remembering dates, aren't you? Well, sure. When did we throw that party for Suzuha? 4 days ago, August 9th.
You're saying an email cream? But won't that make everything disappear?
4 days. It may not sound like much, but in that time, we forged a definite bond with Suzuha. Send this email is to sever that bond. I know that. I know that. But this is the only choice I have. Is it now? I set the phone wave to 97 hours ago. This email should arrive a few hours after the first. I just need to send it. I feel like this is definitely it. This definitely has to be the choice. Ugh. I feel like the obvious correct answer is to advance forward, and I feel like I imagine that in order to not get I imagine to get the ending here is probably to not send the email. I imagine. Because, say regardless, yeah, I did. I think I did, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, I saved right there. I'm not doing it. Save Mayuri. That is my purpose. That's what drove me to leap through time. I'll do whatever it takes to save her. This is just one more sacrifice. Erase the time you spent with Suzuha. Destroy whatever bond you had. Send a D-mail. Push the button. Isn't that what Suzuha wants? You'll be saving her from 25 years of loneliness, from ending her life in utter despair. Save Suzuha. Save Mayuri. This is the right thing to do. This is right. But is it really? Is erasing those memories really the right thing to do? Isn't that just running away from reality? Shouldn't I try time leaping first? Maybe there's another way. What should I do? What's the right choice? You see it now if you want to continue? Well, let's get the ending first. Again, and I can tell that it's probably this is going to give us an ending. Stop. You're starting to doubt. Never doubt. I don't know the answer. But I need to reach a conclusion or else. I can't. I can't do it. I can't send this email. Acting on impulse, I don the headgear and punch in a 48-hour time leap. Here we go. Do you have a plan? I ignore her and bite down on hard on my lip. As the taste of blood fills my mouth, I press the button. The world twists. My legs shake. I cover my eyes and wait for my senses to return to normal. 1,000 emotions stampede through my skull, then fade away. I stare vacantly at Kurisu, who is standing in front of me.
At first, I can't hear her over the buzzing in my ears, but little by little, her voice becomes clearer. See? You're shaking. We've only been at it for 2 days and you're already exhausted. Karisu thrusts her finger at me like an angry school teacher. Low setting probably your fave. You still have plenty of time to find the pin. You don't have to be in such a hurry. If you collapse, what then? Well, I won't be worried about you, but Mayuri sure will. Take care of yourself, got it? The time leap worked. Yeah. Got it. I nod to Karisu, then collapse onto the sofa. I couldn't sacrifice either of them. In a sense, I am running away. But there was no other choice. No other way to save Suzuha and Mayuri both. In 2 days, Mayuri will die, and Suzuha will be lost to the past. If these 2 days are all we have left, then all I can do is repeat them. Forever. Let these 2 days be the rest of my life. Oh. The wind caresses my cheek. I push down on the pedals and begin to the ascent up Harumi Bridge. The spokes revolve rhythmically, reflecting the sunlight. Sweat oozes out of every pore, but it's not unpleasant. It feels good. Healthy. Like running around the school field as a child.
The weather's so nice.
I have to come along.
Same. Here. The wind's too strong. You're a little chubby, Darakun. I think you need to exercise more.
Fat neckbeard. Master race.
Leading the way at the terrific pace is Suzuha on her trusty mountain bike.
What a view.
From here, you can see across Tokyo Bay, all the way to Rainbow Bridge in the distance. Occupied in the jumbled sprawl of central Tokyo are 2 hours ride behind us. Here on this artificial island, there are only skyscrapers and vacant lots, one extreme or the other. One time, I took the bus to Akiba after Kamima, so I already knew how close it was. But I never thought I'd come here by bike. Except for Suzuha, we're all using rent-a-cycles. I wanted to change the pace from the search for the unfindable pin, so I proposed this cycling expedition. Of course, I already know who the pin belongs to and who Suzuha's father is, but I've chosen not to tell anyone. If at all possible, I want to spend these 2 days in peace and delay Suzuha's time travel. That's my goal now.
I thought this trip would be a waste of time at first, but I guess people need to take a break once in a while. I'd rather be working on the time loop machine.
This just proves that I belong indoors.
You two are all worn out. Come on, guys. Stamina's the key to survival.
Karisu and Dara are exhausted, while Suzuha and Mayuri are still going strong. I already know the distance between Akiba and Ariake, so I'm able to pace myself in order to conserve energy.
Wait, where's a vending machine? I could kill for a glass of water.
Sorry, but there's no convenience store until we cross another bridge after this one. Stop it out.
Are you serious? I can't. It's impossible.
Oh, Green, you really know the area. Have you been here before?
Yeah, many times. How long have I been living in this closed time loop? It's already getting hard to keep track of the days, so instead I think in 2-day cycles. This should be the 4th cycle. This time, only I know that Mayuri is fated to die. By keeping that secret, I allow us to spend these days like normal kids our age would. This cycling expedition is part of that. Suzuha and Mayuri enjoy the ride, so I make sure we do it each time I repeat the loop. Our current destination is Tokyo Big Sight, the massive convention center in Ariake. In a few days, it will be home to Kamima, the world's largest doujinshi marketplace event. Big sights are straight ahead. Shouldn't take more than 10 minutes to get there.
Let's take a break first.
Dara's used up the last of his strength. While standing on his bike, he rests his body against the guardrail separating us from the road. I turn and pull up next to Daru's bike. It's not safe there. Come on. Let me rest. I said it's not safe. I sigh and pull Daru up by the arm. Okay. Daru stands up. A second later, a huge truck speeds past. A gust of wind left in its wake nearly bowls us over. The bridge sways beneath our feet. That was close! Probably wouldn't have hit him anyway, but still, best to be careful. Save me, Ocarina.
You know, that was almost like Ocarina saw the future.
You got D-mail, didn't you? Mary's innocent smile. Grace's cynical grin. To them, it's a joke, but they're not mistaken. The only thing that it got wrong was that I didn't send an email. I time leaped. Suzuha's eyes meet mine. She was laughing just a moment ago, but now she looks confused, uncertain. I avert my eyes. Holy land, I have returned! Daru, his vigor restored, faces Big Sai with his arms spread wide.
Wow, I've never seen it this empty.
Let's look at all that space. It's hard to believe that they filled this whole area during Kamima. In the emptiness, it's easy to see how truly majestic Big Sight is. At Kamima, when you're wading through a sea of people, it's just another big building.
Hey, Mayushi's hungry.
Isn't there a restaurant nearby? Let's take a break. I can't believe it. We have to bike all the way back. What a nightmare. The three of them would go searching for the family restaurant. Suzuha is still gazing at Big Sight. What's wrong, Suzuha? I asked the question, but I already know how she'll answer. She's excited to see Big Sight in real life.
I'm excited to see Big Sight in real life.
Suzuha's eyes are shining.
It's gone by 2036, you know. They cleared to make way for bigger, better convention centers. Tokyo's full of them in my time. They even moved the dome out there.
Suzuha points to the middle of Tokyo Bay.
Shidoi Taro called it the Holy Land. Is that how you see it in this time? Well, this is where they have Kamima. Heard of it. Hundreds of thousands of people come, right? Mom said that's where she met my dad.
Ah, so that's where. Ah, so your mother was a Fujoshi.
I've always wanted to see this place. Thank you, Okada and Taro. Feel closer to my dad now.
Sharp pain stabs through my heart. I know who Suzuha's father is. He's right over there. But I won't tell her. Not until the afternoon of the 13th, when the time leap machine is complete. For now, I just want to prolong these 2 days of peace.
Ocarina! Suzu-san! Come on, come on! That's us. Come on, I'm starving.
Suzuha grabs my hand and we take off running. Somehow, I managed to force a smile. Today was fun. Tomorrow will be fun. Every day will be fun. Forever. The wind caresses my cheek. I push down on the pedals and begin the ascent up Harumi Bridge. The spokes revolve slowly, reflecting the sunlight. Sweat oozes out of every pore, but it's not unpleasant. It feels good. Healthy. Like running around the school field as a child. Oh god, we're repeating.
Weather's so nice.
Well, I have to come along.
Pain. Here. The wind's too strong. You look chubby, Daru-kun. You need a little more exercise.
That nectar, Master Ace. Leading the way at a terrific pace is Suzuha on her trusty mountain bike.
What a view.
From here, you can see Tokyo Bay, all the way to Rainbow Bridge in the distance. Except for Suzuha, we're all using rent-a-cycles. I wanted to change the pace from the search for the unfindable pin, so I proposed a cycling expedition.
I thought this trip would be a waste of time at first, but I guess people need to take breaks every once in a while. I'd rather be working on a time machine.
This proves that I belong indoors.
You two are all worn out. Come on, guys. Stamina's the key to survival.
Kurisu and Daru are exhausted, while Suzuha and Mayuri are still going strong. I already know the distance between Akiba and Ariake, so I'm able to pace myself in order to conserve energy.
Water! Where's the vending machine? I can kill for a glass of water.
Sorry, but there's no convenience store until we cross another bridge after this one. Tough it out. I reply mechanically.
Are you serious?
I can't. It's impossible.
Wow, Cream. You really know the area. Have you been here before?
Yeah, many times. What cycle is this? My 10th? It must be more than that by now. I'm still repeating the same 2 days. Moeka's attack? Mayuri's death? Those things will never, ever happen. Today, once again, we're off on an adventure. Big sights straight ahead. Shouldn't take more than 10 minutes to get there.
Let's take a break first.
Daru used up the last of his strength. While still on his bike, he rests his bike against the guardrail separating us from the road. I turn and pull up next to Daru's bike. It's not safe. I swallow my words. Thoughts too dark to be my own suddenly slip into my mind. What will happen if I don't pull Daru back? Will the truck catch on Daru's fat? Will it send him flying like a ragdoll? Will it take off his head? Will blood spray from the stump like a crimson fountain? Will the girl scream, I wonder? Let's find out. What difference does it make if Daru dies? I can just time leap again. Can't I? Go back to the start of the loop, and Daru will be as good as new. Besides, everyone needs a little spice in their life. For these 2 days, I'm God. I choose who lives and who. The sound of a horn blasts my eardrums. Daru jerks back from the guardrail. A split second later, the truck howls past. Daru loses his balance and falls on his butt. That was close!
Hey, are you okay? Are you hurt? Are you hurt?
Kurisu and Suzuha get off their bicycles and help Daru up.
That truck was mean.
The truck has already crossed the intersection after the bridge. We watched it drive away.
Man, what a shock. What's with that guy? Crazy drivers. I should have checked the number. Then I could have been like reported.
Nothing actually happened, so there's not much point in reporting it.
Everyone's fussing over Daru. I stand a few steps away, staring at my hands. I'm glad it ended as something to laugh about. But what was I thinking just now? I began this loop so that no one would be hurt. So that Mayuri would live. And Suzuha would never go back in time. Yet just now, I was ready to watch Daru die. Some part of me wanted it to happen.
Okabe Rintaro?
I cower in reflex upon hearing my name. Suzuha staring at me. There are questions in her eyes. She can't have heard my dark thoughts just now. And yet, I feel like she can see right through me.
You look pale.
What's wrong, Ocarine? I don't want you to be shaking.
Right. I was just imagining what would happen if I lost my super haka. A lab can't survive without you. I use a perfectly extravagant tone to cover up my guilty thoughts and start pedaling. Break's over. Let's go. I'm this world's observer.
Nothing can escape my subjectivity. Everything and everyone exists as I will it. Mayuri, Kurisu, Daru, even Suzuha. Here, we can live in peace and harmony. None of us need ever face death. A 48-hour eternity. I am the creator of this paradise. And so, I know. Tomorrow will be another wonderful day.
Holy Land, I have returned!
Daru, his vigor restored, greets Big Sight with his arms spread wide.
Wow,
I've never seen it this empty. Look at that space. It's hard to believe that they filled this whole area during Kamima. In the emptiness, it's easy to see how truly majestic Big Sight is. At Kamima, when you're wading through a sea of people, it's just another big building. Hey, Mayushi's hungry.
Isn't there a restaurant nearby? Well, let's take a break.
I can't believe we have to bike all the way back. What a nightmare. The three of them go searching for the family restaurant. Suzuha's still gazing at Big Sight. My eyes roam her body. Those tight legs.
No, no. No, no, no. 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 No, no. No, no. No. No, no, no. No, no, no.
All I have to do is offer information on her father, and she'll follow me anywhere. To make matters easier, no Mane Suzuha exists in present-day Japan. No documents proving Japanese citizenship, not even a birth certificate. It's only natural. She won't be born for another 7 years. So even if she runs the police, nobody will believe a word she says. I imagine she'll put up a fight. She's a member of a resistance in her time. I know she's stronger than she looks. But she's still just a girl. It may take some time, but I'll have my way with her in the end. Another me. You and Kyoma, perhaps? Is whispering inside my head. You want a woman, don't you? Of course you do. It's instinct. So what if she's Daru's daughter? What if she's on a mission to save the future? Forget about that. Divine woman, after all. You're not a saint, Okabe Rentaro. What was it you call yourself again? That's right. An insane mad scientist. If you're really insane, let's see you snap. Remember, you have the power of a god.
No. 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 No.
Murder. Steal. Kidnap. Destroy. Is that the best you can do, Okabe Rentaro? Is that really all the evil in your heart? Well, I guess we're only human after all. Think about it, Okabe Rentaro. Sure, you won this loop. Repeat the same 2 days forever? Sounds like torture to me. Aren't you tired of it already? These 2 days should be your paradise. Forget about petty laws and morals. You're a hunter. Taboos mean nothing to you. Hunt your prey and eat your fill. The voice is right. I am the observer. I am God. I can do anything. Do her. Kill her. No one can judge me in this closed loop of time. Forget your morals. Trust your primal urges. Follow your instincts. I cover my ears and avert my eyes from Suzuha. My ears are ringing. Someone is trying to crush my soul, projecting thoughts not my own into the screen of my heart.
Okabe Rintaro,
Suddenly, Suzuha grabs me by the shoulders and peers into my face. The warmth from her hands makes the buzzing grow louder.
You really are sick, aren't you? Want to sit down?
I'm afraid to look at Suzuha, with these dark feelings clogging my head. I shake her off and flee towards Big Sight.
Where are you going?
I need to get away from Suzuha. If I don't, I might give in to the urge. I stare at my hands. Clench. Open. Clench. Open. Repeat. Repeat. My hands still move. Just as I expect them to. Just as I order them to. But those dark impulses. Those devil's whispers. How can I explain those? What the hell was that? What's happening to me? I start to tremble. My teeth chatter. The sun's hot enough to burn my skin. But I feel cold. I'm afraid of myself. I'm still okay, aren't I? I'm Yu and Kyoma. Okabe Rintaro. The insane mad scientist with a fetish for science and chaos. See? I know who I am. No? What is that supposed to mean? Will I eventually lose control of myself? Am I going to break? Like a Mobius strip, the same 2 days go round and 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 round. But today, I failed to keep them the same. My feelings became twisted. Today on Harumi Bridge, I didn't just hesitate to save Daru. I nearly yielded to my dark emotions. Dark emotions. Dark impulses. Emotions seeping with venom. I listened to their poisonous, disgusting whispers. And I was almost drawn in. There's no denying it. Worse, that was but a taste of what might lurk inside my heart. If those emotions attack me again, this time crashing over me like a tsunami, will I be able to control myself? Mayuri, Kurisu, Daru, Suzuha. Will I be able to keep myself from hurting them, no matter what? Will I be able to keep everyone safe in this loop I made for Mayuri and Suzuha's sake? Do I really have such strength? I don't know. That answer is hardly reassuring. But for now, it's the only answer I've got. This endless loop is the world I wished for. That I can only protect this world. Only I can protect this world. I pray that those impulses were just a fluke, that they'll never resurface again. I ask only that tomorrow be peaceful. The wind caresses my cheek. I push down on the pedals and begin the ascent to Harumi Bridge. The spokes revolve rhythmically, reflecting the sunlight. The sweat oozes out of every pore, but it's not unpleasant. It feels good, healthy, like running around the school field as a child.
The weather's so nice.
Why'd I have to come along?
Same here.
The wind's too strong.
You're a little chubby, Daru-kun. I think you need to exercise a little more.
That neckbeard master race.
Leading the way at a terrific pace is Suzuha on her trusty mountain bike.
What a view.
From here, you can see across Tokyo Bay, all the way to the Rainbow Bridge in the distance. Except for Suzuha, we're all using Rensa cycles. I wanted to change the pace from the search for the unfindable pin, so I proposed a cycling expedition.
I thought this trip was a waste of time at first, but I guess people need to take a break once in a while, right? Huh? I'd rather be working on the time leap machine. This just proves that I belong indoors. You two are all worn out. Come on, guys. Sam is the key to survival.
Karisu and Daros exhausted, while Suzuha and Mayuri are still going strong. I already know the distance between Akiba and Ariake, so I'm able to pace myself in order to conserve my energy. Water. Where's the vending machine? I could kill for a glass of water. Then do it. Huh? Everyone turns to look at me. Do it. Kill someone. Why so serious, man? Come on. What are you waiting for? If you want to do it, then do it.
Hey, Okabe, what's gone into you? Karin, you shouldn't say things like that.
What's up with you, man? Nothing. There's a convenience store once we pass 2 bridges. Tough it out. Really? That's farther than I thought. Hundreds of days have passed since this began. Maybe thousands. How many cycles has it been? I've repeated this loop so many times that I've grown tired of keeping track. I can barely remember the reason I started. The days go by, like tearing pages from a calendar. Everyone says the same things. Everyone responds in the same way. I've noticed my biorhythms seem a bit off. Aside from that, every day is the same. Same. Yes, subtle deviations occur. It's all within acceptable limits. In the end, the result is always the same. Everything that happens is insignificant, meaningless, pointless. I'm the only one still living in this loop. Everyone else is just being kept alive by me. We're just spinning our wheels in a dead world. My soul died some cycles back. I don't remember. This isn't life. Mayuri's death. Boeka's raid. Suzuha's time travel. I may have cared about those things once. Not anymore. When did I stop caring? When did I become a machine? Looping and looping for all eternity. Nothing matters. When these 2 days are over, they will start again. Everything will be reset. I will reset it myself. And I guess it's pointless to worry. Ridiculous. How many times have I repeated this loop? My senses have gone dull. It's getting harder to respond to the things I see and hear. I feel detached. Like I'm isolated inside a thin membrane. I've already gotten used to it. I don't find it inconvenient anymore. I simply adapted. I simply optimized. This is far too narrow world. This far too gentle world. Why shouldn't I adapt? This is my world. I quit cycling. Thor's used up the last of his strength. While still on his bike, he rests his body against the guardrail, separating us from the road. I stop my bicycle and watch him passively. Whoa! The horn blares. Thor jerks away from the rail. A split second later, the truck cows past. Thor loses his balance and falls on his butt. That was close.
Hey, are you okay? Are you hurt?
Karisu and Suzuha get off their bicycles to help Daru.
That truck was mean.
The truck has already crossed the intersection after the bridge. We watch it drive away. Yeah, a shock. Who's with that guy? Crazy drivers. I should check the number, then I could be like reported. So report them. The truck number smoothly rolls off my tongue. I've seen it so many times it's like a brand on my brain. There. Now you know. Report him. I hold up my phone. Did I do something, Ocarine? You said you wanted to report him. So I'm giving you the opportunity. My tone is flat. I'm just saying whatever comes to mind. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters. I agree that Hashida can be a little less lazy, but you're going way too far, Okabe. Shut up, class rep wannabe. What?
No, fine, guys. Darkun's okay, so let's be happy, okay?
I ignore my earring and shove my phone at Daro. You're not going to report him. Well, I guess I'll let him off the hook this time. I sigh and put away my phone. Sua's staring straight at me again. Looks like she wanted to say something. But who cares what she thinks? I feel nothing. Nothing. The tired Kurisu, the re-energized Daru, and the ever-energetic Mayuri repeat the same conversation I've seen hundreds of times. And then they go for searching for a restaurant. I turn my back to them and walk towards the ocean. But Sua stands in front of me, blocking my way. Her eyes bore into me. I try to pass without saying anything. But she cuts me off. I see the sincere concern in her eyes, but it can no longer sway my heart. Not even a little. Hey, wasn't there a movie about a guy who gets trapped in some kind of time loop? What? What the hell's she talking about? Groundhog Day, right? It was like 100 years old when I saw it. The movies in my time are all boring. Certain propaganda, you know? So we watch old movies instead. Like Groundhog Day. Never heard of it. It was pretty unsatisfying. I was trying to brush her off. Susua keeps talking. I mean, the loop ends without the hero really doing anything. Like, he becomes a good person and suddenly happy ending. Kinda dumb. You're trapped in a loop too, aren't you? All of us are. Hang on a second. Give me a second. Alright, apologies. My dad was leaving for work and he wanted to say bye. I had to quickly say that. Wasn't Okabe the one that suggested the bike ride? Why doesn't he just suggest different activities so it's not exact same? I don't know, but he's gone completely insane. Say something, Okabe or Rintaro. You've been here before, haven't you? Her gaze seems to pierce through everything. I find myself blinking involuntarily. My eyes drop to my feet. What are you talking about? A hoarse voice leaks from the back of my throat. It doesn't sound like my own. I saw a big sight for the first time today, but this isn't the first time I've seen it. I feel my heart skip a beat. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Word games? We've come here before, haven't we? You've experienced today multiple times, haven't you? How many times? Answer me! Suddenly Susua seizes my arm. You have the eyes of a dead man. I know those eyes. They're everywhere you look in my time. Look at me, Okabe Rintaro. Don't kill your soul. Slowly, feelings arise. From the depths of my heart, Like an oiled machine grinding back to life.
Maxi
Crease is soon to be completed time in my machine. You've been using it to repeat the past, haven't you? What if I have? Why are you doing this? Who knows? The reason no longer matters. What are you running from? Running? Yeah, I'm running. Running from Mayuri's death. That's why I'm going to 1975. I'll bring you the IBM 5100 and then you can... No. You fail. What? And then, after 25 lonely, meaningless years, you hang yourself. What? But... That's why I'm hiding in this loop. So that neither you nor Mayuri die. That's it. That was the reason. I entered this loop, resolved to save them. But my resolve has long since turned to dust. As long as I repeat these 2 days, nothing changes. Nobody dies. I've accepted that duty, to keep everyone alive. That's only from your perspective. The world continues in the future independent of you. No matter how many thousands of loops you make, Shina Mayuri will still die. It's not a solution. Yeah. My lips twist into a self-deriding smile. But I'm not looking for a solution. Do you intend to keep looping forever? Yes. I've accepted that duty. You haven't accepted anything. Can't you see how it's twisted you? No matter what happens to me, this world will continue to loop. No matter what happens, the loop will not end. How long can you endure living frozen in time? You can't keep this up forever, you know. Your body may never die, but look at yourself, Okabe Rentaro. Your soul is already hanging by a thread. But what else can I do? I don't have it in me to sacrifice anyone. You, Mayuri, you're my friends. I can't lose either of you. Sua hangs her head with a sorrowful expression. Is this interrogation over? I try to end the conversation by walking towards the sea again. But she grabs my hand to stop me. You have more to say? Do I really hang myself? Yeah. Do I really fail my mission? Yeah. Yeah. Sua bites her lip and hangs her head. Maybe I shouldn't have told her the truth. But it doesn't really matter. If I time leap again, this conversation will never have happened. In that case, will you come with me, Okabe Rentaro? What? Will you come with me to 1975? That's the last thing I expected to hear. Go with her to 1975. What will happen if I go? Sua grasps my hand tightly. You can help me, so that I don't fail. And maybe we can find another way to change the future. Is that possible? My heart beats. My eyes open. Color returns to the world. World line might shift in a completely unanticipated direction. What you know as the present may change dramatically. The future gadget lab might not exist in the future we make. Shina Mayuri, Hashida Itaru, and Makise Kurisu might not even be born. Even if they are born, they might be different people with different names.
But if we go to 1975, we'll have set 35 years before we reach the 2010 end divergence. I don't know how we'll change the world line, but we'll have plenty of time to prepare. If you're with me, if you're okay with all that, then why not come with me? To tell the truth, I want someone to come with me.
Someone. In other words, it doesn't have to be me.
I don't want to go knowing I'll fail. I don't want my death to be meaningless. So come with me. Save me. I want to save you too. I can't bear to see you like this. Will you continue this loop until your soul is ground to nothing? Once that happens, time will start moving again, and the ending you've been postponing will occur. When your soul finally dies, Shina Mayuri will die too. I will fail and hang myself, all according to schedule. What you're doing is nothing but slow suicide. If you're willing to go that far, then come with me instead. Save me.
The hands of my clock stopped ticking long ago. Now, slowly, they begin to move forward. I'll go. I'll go with you. Please, take me with you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I should have noticed sooner.
Suzuha gently embraces me, as if to warm my frozen heart. The wind blows. The clouds flow and change shape. Sunset. The sky is so terribly orange. The color of dawn. The color of dusk. The color of the world's end. The color of the world's beginning. While Dara was repairing the time machine, I let my mind rest. I avoided all contact, slept like a log, and tried to piece my soul back together. On the afternoon of the 13th, I received word that the repairs were complete. I sent an email calling all members to a meeting. Then, as everyone gathers at the lab, I head to Radicon alone. Suzuha's waiting there, standing before the time machine with glistening eyes. She gives me one last warning.
Remember, this time machine only goes one way. Once we leave, there's no coming back. Even so, will you still come with me?
I slowly nod. And you? Are you sure about this? There's a good chance we'll both lose our memories during the leap.
You said it took me 24 years to remember. But this time, I have you. Something might change.
Wishful thinking.
Does that mean you're backing out? I'm going, no matter what.
No. I've made up my mind. I don't know how it will turn out. We're certainly at a disadvantage. But still, I never thought I'd be so thankful to not know what's coming next. It's so stimulating. It sends shivers down my spine. I feel like I'm actually here.
Did you tell everyone?
I bid them farewell. Mayuri, Daru, Kurisu. I left them each a handwritten letter. The lab is probably chaos by now. I also mailed letters to my parents and my friends at school, telling them not to look for me. My parents will probably be sad. But this time, I'm not running away. I want to believe I'm not running away.
You know?
Suzuha stands next to me, looking at the time machine. She finally smiles, though her eyes still shine with unshed tears.
It's kind of like we're eloping.
There's nothing to feel guilty about. In fact, I want to thank you, Suzuha. If you hadn't invited me, I'd still be in the loop, living like a corpse. So thank you, Suzuha. Let's fight to change the future. Together.
Yeah.
We clasp our hands. Suzuha's grip is so strong. It kinda hurts. That pain tells me I'm alive. Nobody sends us off. Nobody could. This is a one-way trip through time. Once we go, there's no coming back. 1975. That's before I was even born. We're headed for the past. No. For a future that is yet to be written. Not the world line Suzuha left, nor the world line she desired. We are reaching for an entirely new future. Our eyes meet. Our hands clasp tight. Let's go.
Ah.
Yeah. The time has come for us to depart. Our mission, to change 35 years of history. We boldly lift our heads, ready to challenge fate. Together. Holy shit. Wow. I can't read this. What? Holy shit, though. Wow. That wasn't even the main ending, and that already felt like an amazing ending. Still, though, I guess, yeah. You know what it kind of, I mean, I feel like it's a weird game to kind of show it, but when it started having the whole looping thing happening over and over again, for some reason, a strange game that got, all the endings are still great in their own right, true on its peak right now. We'll get there eventually, but I'm excited to see more. A game that strangely came to mind when thinking of this ending, seeing how Okabe was reacting, was, strangely enough, Undertale. Like, if you know the whole thing with Undertale, it's like the, oh yeah, the music is very loud. Also, it's probably gonna get copyright struck anyway, so we're gonna do that. But anyways, we'll just keep it like that for a second. But as I was saying, it made me think of Undertale because there's a whole thing about, like, you know, you keep going back and back and you repeat the same thing over and over again. And over time, it's just like your thoughts start to become darker and darker, thinking about what can you do? What can you not do? What can you change? What can you get away with? And it's fascinating to watch the deterioration of a person as a result of that. It's horrifying, but fascinating all the same. But my goodness, that ending took me for a loop and a half. Now that that's over, irreversible reboot complete. I actually have the game closed right now. Let's pull it back up. CG library was added to the extra menu. Music library, movie library. Well then, that's the first of, that's the wrong button. What am I doing? I can't even click it. It's invisible, my cursor. I hit the wrong thing, and now everything's chaotic. Where's my cursor? Can I use a controller? Whoops. Exit the game. That didn't erase save files, did it? If so, I'm gonna have a fun time just skimming through text just to get back to where I was. That shouldn't have erased files. Surely it wouldn't. But I probably should at least end the stream properly on the freaking thing. Because yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and end it for now, because that was an insane ending. That would be unhinged. It truly, truly would. I know my thoughts are ridiculous. I just want to see it just to be said. Okay. Yeah, that would have been truly something or other if that happened. Alright then, though. I'm going to need a mental refresh after witnessing that, so we're gonna go ahead and end it here for today. So, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and hope to see you all later. Peace!